and locally as well. And the hope in that is that will then reduce victims of sexual assaults going forward.
$50 million is being spent on outsourcing work to the US lab, hiring new staff and installing 2 new robots.
A former Queensland Police Constable has escaped time behind bars after pleading guilty to 3 child abuse offences. Zachary Edward Murphy shared more than a dozen depraved child abuse images and videos, including some while at the academy training to be a police officer. He resigned from the service last year. Murphy was sentenced to 18 months jail to serve in the community under a probation order. A dramatic raid at a central Queensland home with body cam capturing the moment officers kicked down the door of this property in Glendale before arresting the 40-year-old man inside. He's been charged with multiple drug offences.
Barnaby Joyce has declared himself a free agent after walking away from the party he once led, but is evading questions. He's switching from the Nationals to One Nation. The bigger break-up in coalition ranks came as opposition leader Susan Lee promised tax cuts for Middle Australia.
She's got the most difficult job in politics, but Susan Lee battles on.
Freedom, choice, aspiration and enterprise.
Guiding principles amid bad polling and coalition squabbling. The opposition leader pledging tax cuts if given the chance.
Low and middle income earners who are feeling the squeeze from higher prices and rising living costs.
Well, that's a thought bubble, not a plan.
But no policy is worth much unless you're in a position to deliver it. The coalition doing its best in recent days to make it look unelectable. Former Nationals leader Barnaby Joyce publicly flirting with the idea of switching to One Nation. Formally left the Nationals, but says his relationship with current leader David Littleproud has irretrievably broken down.
You've got to accept that and move on. The next thing is, what are you going to do next? That leave them up to me. I'll make my decision in my time. I'm now, as I say, a free agent.
The people of Australia are pretty upset when then they go and elect people and then they go off to other political parties.
Mr Joyce's close mate Matt Canavan quick to declare he won't be following out the door, posting, "I'll always be loyal, it's Nats or bust for me."
I think if Barnaby bides his time, who knows what might happen.
Ain't that the Barnaby truth? Andrew Brown, 9 News.
Major delays coming up. The shocking find on the southeast brand new second M1 stopping it from opening.
A mother and her child escape a Gold Coast car inferno.
Doctors sound the alarm over record flu rates.
And at the end of sport, Australia's sunscreen scandal grows with more products pulled from our shelves.
Aussies love their cars.
It's great. I love the feeling.
The breakup is how loans.
A lot of people don't realise that you can refinance a car like a fixed temporary. It's surprising facts when it comes to switching lenders and the cheapest car loans on offer. Don't miss it.
Are you ready?
It's so time we can breathe.
And it's ready for me to batch.
Australia, never too late to fall in love.
Pacific's weekend warrants that what they need. Okay, let's go.
Mitsubishi's most capable unit. Nothing can find it.
Drop it down a bit.
Taking it back. This isn't the 80s.
Just the 1600s.
You know what's killer? Can it be full back?
Okay, that's a good one.
Peter, they're making their money work harder.
Can help you make this a make it.
They're helping us to buy a home.
Bigger for the community I care about.
No bank is bigger. What matters most?
As one of Australia's most trusted banks, millions of Aussies know that their bank is bigger for them.
And we're bigger for you. opening of the Gold Coast's multi-billion-dollar Coomera Connector project has been delayed after a shocking find. Bella Schwarzenegger is live on the Gold Coast. Bella, what was discovered?
Well, Melissa, cracks through a brand new bridge. Now, the first stage of the Coomera Connector was just weeks away from opening. This is a 4-kilometre stretch that runs from Coomera to Helensvale, but this shocking discovery has delayed the opening of the $3.5 billion project. The state government today confirming the damage, saying the structural engineers have been called in to help fix it.
I'm told by the engineer that some cracking on new concrete bridges is normal, but there has been some additional cracking. They would be considered normal, so we want to make sure that these bridges are safe and able to be used to support the volume of traffic that's going to be using the Coomera Connector.
Now, it's unknown what caused this cracking, but this is a vital road that would take cars off the M1 and reduce early morning and afternoon commute times. Joel, it's not known when this road will open.
Thank you for that update. Strikes between Russia and Ukraine have continued overnight, with Ukrainian drones attacking an oil refinery in western Russia and the country's largest gas-producing plant, forcing it to shut down. In response, Russian forces attacked a coal mine in southeastern Ukraine, causing a huge explosion. An energy site in the north was also attacked.
A lucky escape for a mother and her child on the Gold Coast overnight after their car burst into flames. Fire crews were called just after 8, the blaze shutting down Old Coach Road in Coomera. My News understands no one was injured.
A 40-year-old man is facing up to 5 years behind bars, accused of selling copies of high-end jewellery from a Burleigh Heads shop in 2023. Authorities allege the items were listed for sale at more than 3 times their true worth. Stephen McKean has been charged with 22 offences, but did not appear when the matter was mentioned in court today.
Flu cases have skyrocketed in Australia to a record-breaking 410,000 cases this year, nearly 50,000 more than last year's total. Queensland has seen more than 82,000 lab-confirmed flu cases already this year. GPs hope a new needle-free option will improve falling vaccination rates for children under 5 and adults over 65.
If you haven't checked your car loan recently, you could be paying thousands more than you need to. Find out the simple move, cutting costs for Queensland drivers, and what you need to do. That story a little later in the bulletin.
If you play with fire, you might get burned. Next, the Brisbane prankster surviving a bungled stunt.
Donald Trump's new threat as more bombs are dropped in the Middle East.
A cargo plane skidding off a runway and plunging into the sea.
Plus, the surprising mix of new saints revealed in Rome.
Children come rushing in, saying how wonderful their day was. And then my oldest boy said to me, "Oh, Mummy, and we met Dad's girlfriend today." Samantha Armitage will take you. It's time to get back in the saddle and video, ladies. On the most inspiring journey ever. Starts tonight, 7:30 on 9.
I can't be late breaks because it's fast. Even faster than a race call at all.
One snack coming around the outside, and I love a cheeseburger with spicy sauce on the side.
Fast betting with Ledros.
Chances are you're about to lose.
Meet the new Volvo XC90. You thought you were getting off wrong. Ended up with 6. The new Volvo XC90 with 7 seats for life. Volvo.
For as long as you both show me. I do. You may power her up.
The Nick Kelly Lounge sale ends Sunday, with up to 40% off leather and fabric lounges for every colour form. That's affordable design for everyone. The lounge sale ends Sunday at Nick Kelly.
Take on the next chapter in a refined Mazda CX-60 G20.
360 G25 Pure. Look forward to it.
It's not just your hearing, for us, it's your life. At Amplifon, you can access hearing devices at zero cost to you through the Hearing Services Program at over 350 clinics. Call 13 use.
Let's have a look at this amazing transformation that's just been completed and have a chat to some very happy owners.
We love it. It's completely changed the lifestyle for our whole family, and it's had a real value to our home.
Imagine what we could do with your place. Or patio world.
Save big during Castrol month at Autobarn. Rewards members get 45% off this Castrol GTX oil, now $29.99. And members also save 60% on this Castrol Enjoy Autobarn. For the drivers. That's what I'm talking about.
Home of networks this spring. And see how it's now flights are flying. Place it and traffic gets with us than ever before. Chances are we're about to lose.
The Brisbane prankster has survived a fiery stunt at Melbourne's Marvel Stadium on Saturday night. Michael Brookhouse, one half of YouTuber duo Michael and Marty, was left with superficial burns after a flaming whip wrapped around his neck. The pranksters say the whip was supposed to extinguish itself, as seen in a video posted a month ago.
4 people have been hit with drug and weapons charges after police raids on Brisbane's Bayside. Investigations into firearm manufacturing led officers to a Victoria Point home on Saturday, where gunpowder, paintball rifles, 3D guns and illicit drugs were seized. In a separate operation earlier in the week at Wellington Point, more drugs and $40,000 in cash were found.
The fragility of the Gaza ceasefire has been exposed on a day of deadly attacks from both Hamas and Israel. A senior delegation of US officials is set to make their way to the Middle East, with the Vice President admitting a path to peace won't be easy.
The ceasefire is just days old. Already, Israeli strikes on Gaza. The IDF retaliating after Hamas killed 2 of its soldiers.
We think maybe the leadership is involved in it, some rebels within.
The Hamas-run health ministry said at least 26 people were killed in the attacks. Israel also stopping aid. Its government urged by the Trump administration not to push it.
There are going to be fits and starts. There are going to be, Hamas is going to fire on Israel. Israel's going to have to respond, of course.
Within hours, the IDF said it will begin a renewed enforcement of the ceasefire as America's commander-in-chief warned what's next if Hamas does not disarm.
If we have to, we'll disarm the U.S. Well, whether it's me or the U.S. or it's, the proxy.
Israel is still waiting on the group to return the remains of several deceased hostages. Today, there was jubilation for those who came back alive. 7 hostages discharged from Shiva Medical Center. Finally, well enough to go home.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
President Trump claimed the war was over, but today has shown the path to peace can be a long and winding road. In the United States, Jonathan Kersley, 9 News.
2 people are dead after a cargo plane skidded off a runway while landing in Hong Kong. This vision showing the aftermath of the crash. The aircraft submerged and a tail detached from the Boeing 747. While the northern runway was closed after the incident, no flights were affected. For the first time in more than a year, a North Korean soldier has made it across the heavily fortified border, defecting to the south. It may be called the demilitarized zone, but the area is guarded by troops and scattered landmines. He's now in the custody of the South Korean military and has expressed a wish to settle there. A former member of a satanic cult and an Armenian bishop martyred for his faith. They're among 7 new saints canonized by the Vatican overnight. Tapestries of the new saints were displayed outside St. Peter's Basilica.
You want any more
during
detail?
this ceremony. Pope Leo saying the saints
athletes
Oh,
are
not
heroes or champions, authentic men and women. The Prince Andrew scandal deepens, coming up the royal at the centre of a new police probe.
ADHD cases exploding, while experts believe it could be overdiagnosed.
The little-known car loan refinancing options to save you hundreds.
Plus, find out the secret to longevity from one of Queensland's oldest residents.
I'm like a Shar-Pei puppy when I'm naked. Inspiring love stories you'll ever see. 20 women. Comes from Golden Bachelor. That's not a sign. He's got the ladies and fans up.
TPG Indian 500, now 5 times faster, which means you're a winner. Indian 500, $64.99 a month, TPG.
Facility maintenance sector in the park. We've done safety, growth and flexibility. Enjoy a accident cover, gym membership and social events. Visit Sheldon Enterprises.com.au. Your satisfaction, our reputation.
Driving with no hands. Flipping the bird. She said I was Apple says he could benefit from a cranky off-duty copy.
She was able to access my phone number within minutes.
So trust the call. And current affair next.
Well, Queensland's property market is growing fast. What's making Queensland's outlook for the year ahead?
Cost of living and affordability continue to be real concerns for many Australians, but Queensland's property market continues to show real strength.
So it pays to talk to someone who knows the local market.
Yeah, our teams offer on-the-ground vital insights into borrowing potential, refinancing, and home buyer pre-approvals.
Bank of Queensland, the bank of supporting Queenslanders for 150 years.
This finance report brought to you by Bank of Queensland. The bank of supporting Queenslanders for 150 years.
Big CEO salaries are once again a key topic of conversation at shareholder meetings. Here's finance editor Chris Kohler.
Former AFL CEO Gillan McLachlan now leads Tabcorp, and his paycheck has been called outlandish by the Australian Shareholders Association. His contract means an $18 million bonus could go his way in 2027, but shares in the company are more than 80% so far this year, which means investors were feeling generous at today's annual meeting and voted firmly in favour of the CEO pay structure. So the gamble is paying off. Overall, it was a positive day on the ASX, with Commonwealth Bank offsetting big falls from gold miners following a pullback in the price of the commodity, and the Australian dollar remains at 65 US cents. It's also buying 55 euro cents and 48 British pence.
Taking a look at fuel, the average price for unleaded petrol in Brisbane is $1.77, diesel is $1.87. The average for unleaded on the Gold Coast is $1.68. RSEQ says drivers should fill up now as petrol prices are rising.
Collapsed airline Rex has found a buyer 15 months after going under. It's a small American air freight company called Air T that's listed on the US stock exchange. The airline collapsed in 2024.
Experts are raising concerns about how ADHD is being diagnosed in Australia, with those who can afford private psychiatry being overdiagnosed, while others are missing out on critical treatment. Eddie Meyer with the details.
It's a sobering statistic. The number of adults with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, more than doubled between 2013 and 2020. And between 2022 and 2023 alone, around 470,000 Australians had prescriptions for ADHD medication, a 300% jump over the past decade. In an opinion piece in the Medical Journal of Australia, 3 experts raised concerns that growing public awareness and social media are leading to overdiagnosis and misdiagnosis of the illness. ADHD content on TikTok alone has attracted 36 billion views. They're also warning that those who can't afford to see a private psychiatrist might be going undiagnosed.
That means that people with more severe illness is more likely for them to have difficulties holding down work, or more likely than perhaps to have forensic issues. Makes it much harder for them to navigate the private system and have money to pay for these various expensive assessments.
The experts are calling for greater oversight in ADHD diagnosis and treatment.
UK Metropolitan Police are investigating claims that Prince Andrew asked one of his taxpayer-funded bodyguards to dig up dirt on accuser Virginia Giuffre. The former Duke of York reportedly asked the officer to investigate Giuffre, providing them with her date of birth and social security number just days before this photo was released.
A Gold Coast great-grandmother is celebrating an impressive milestone today, turning 109 years young, surrounded by loved ones. Exercise and diet, 2 of Harvard Bowler's top tips for the 3 candles on her cake. But her special secret...
I think the most important ingredient is family. So my mother's always looked after her really well, everything she's needed, and yeah, just made life really easy.
In 1 more year, she can lay claim to being a super centenarian.
An extremely rare, tiny car has fetched a record $85,000 at auction after being discovered in a Queensland garage. The Peel P50 was manufactured in the 1960s on the Isle of Man. Only 49 vehicles were sold, returning to fame when featured on Top Gear decades later. Measuring 137 centimetres long, 99 centimetres wide, and weighing just 59 kilograms, it's the smallest production car ever built.
Exclusive details on one of the world's biggest tennis stars heading back to Brisbane. Why Payne Haas is leaving Samoan fans and teammates in awe ahead of Sunday's showdown at Suncorp Stadium.
At the end of sport, more sunscreens pull from shelves, the brands to watch out for.
It was a hot start to the working week. The best place to keep cool was right on the coast with that northeast sea breeze. Right now, 21 degrees in Surfers Paradise. It's still 25 in Ipswich. Your forecast not far away.
Aussies love their cars.
It's great to take up a feeling.
But what about their car loans?
I realise that you can refinance a car without being so variable. The surprising facts when it comes to switching lenders and the cheap.
Saying the very principles that you believe in, if they don't ditch net zero, you would have to ditch the Nationals. It would be that clear, wouldn't it?
Well,
there's no other way.
Look, yes.
So with that said,
yes.
So
My great hope is...
with that said, so with that said, and the other thing you said, of course, is that while the Nationals and the Liberals don't have a policy, One Nation very clearly does. So if the Nats refuse to ditch net zero, that would betray your principles. But there is a party that is very much aligned with your principles. So you would put the Nationals, One Nation would be the logical place for you to end up, I guess.
Well, look, I am still absolutely, at this point in time, focused on landing the right position within the National Party. And I know Barnaby and David have bumped up against each other recently, and I will say David is, I believe, pushing us in the right direction here, and I hope we do land there because, as I say, I can't support a party that is going to betray every principle for which I joined it for, and I think, look, that's all I can really say.
Just really quickly, one more question for you, and I really appreciate you joining me tonight. I'm just curious, how many other national MPs would you say are in the same boat that you're in, where they're watching and weighing up their options?
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Barnaby's made the statements that he has, and Barnaby's a mate of mine, and I really, the Parliament needs Barnaby Joyce. There are not too many politicians who can get a message out there, and it's a message that I believe in. So we need him in there. Look, the others can speak for themselves. I know a lot of members of Parliament who are very much against this, but are not saying that publicly against net zero by 2050, but are not saying it publicly through being disciplined and telling the line. But look, that's up to them. I'm being upfront with my constituents and the Australian people.
Lou O'Brien, I really appreciate your candour this evening. Thanks so much for coming on the program. Well, with all the talk around coalition MPs potentially defecting to Pauline Hanson, who has a policy, there's only one person to talk to, and that's Pauline Hanson. She joins me now. Pauline, thanks for coming on the program. Barnaby Joyce, of course, has shocked a lot of people by saying that he won't be continuing with the Nationals, but you knew that announcement was coming, right?
I had a good idea, James, a pretty good idea of that, but and I thought it would be a little bit further down the track, but anyway, it is what it is, and it's late, and it's brought to our attention, and I was contacted by the media, and I responded to it, and Barnaby has as well.
How long? You say that you knew in advance. How long have you known that Barnaby was going to call time on the Nationals? Is that like weeks, months?
No, I wouldn't say full time on it. He was dead set he wanted to get his net zero bill across in Parliament, and he wanted to see what support. He didn't think he'd get the support for it. He thought it was a lost cause for the National Party because David Littleproud, come on, he's a moderate. He's not interested in net zero. It's because of One Nation and Barnaby looking at jumping that's put pressure on to the Nationals to actually look at this. They're in a coalition. It doesn't matter whether Nationals or Littleproud go along with this. You can't convince the coalition. You can't convince the Liberals to do it. They're not interested. The coalition has so many wet blankets in there who will believe in this, and it's not going to change. You won't get them to move all together in unison to get rid of net zero. So the sheer, to listen to Lou O'Brien, I haven't spoken to him before. I'm surprised that Lou's come out and said this himself. I have the utmost respect for that man now, because you know what he said, and this is all I want. I am representing my community and the Australian people before any political party. That's all I've ever asked for. Do we get that out of the Labor or out of the Liberal Party? No, we don't. Very few politicians feel that way, but they've got nowhere else to go. I'm giving them the opportunity to form a strong team that we actually force them to stand by their principles, and it's got to be for the Australian people first and foremost.
Senator Hanson, you know you had a phone call yesterday with Barnaby Joyce. What was the discussion yesterday?
It was just actually, because this all just hit the airwaves and we're going on, and of course I had a chuckle over the fact that Phil Curry from the Financial Review wrote that he was going to take on the lead of the party. Well, what an absolute joke, if you think that I'm going to bring Barnaby across, he's not even a member of the party, mind you. I haven't got a foot in the grave yet, Phil. And for Christ's sake, if I'm going to get a succession plan, I do have my daughter coming on board, and I've got a fantastic person in James Ashby, who's been beside me since I've come back to the party to lead it again in 2015. So, Barnaby, and I respect him as the Deputy Prime Minister, but I also believe people have to earn their stripes. people have to, be here for the long run.
What did you discuss in terms of Barnaby's future plans and One Nation yesterday?
It's all the fact is that it was there in the end about Barnaby coming across because he's so passionate about net zero and getting rid of it. If we're going to pull our country out of the mess that's in. And the end of the conversation was said, Barnaby, it's your decision. The offer is there. It's up to you now what you want to do about it. So that's how I've left it, James.
Yeah, but Barnaby, of course, is a former Deputy Prime Minister. If he came over to One Nation, have you discussed what role he would play? And, I mean, James actually was asked by Peter Credlin earlier about succession plans and how would he feel about Barnaby Joyce ultimately leading One Nation when you choose, and I know you've got a long way to go, but when you choose to hand over, and James actually didn't dismiss the idea. Has that been floated as a potential plan for the future?
No. It's the first time that was read and discussed was when the article local Curry or other media outlets are actually saying that. So no, it wasn't. It's got nothing to do with it. Hey, hang on a minute. I intend to stand at the next election. I might even outpace bloody Barnaby. I know I'm not fitter than a lot of these others in there that are a lot younger than me. So don't write me off yet. They keep writing me off. I've been around for a lot.
Aside from the Australian Financial Review is writing you off, no one else is, I don't think. Former National Senator Ron Boswell has said he would hate to see Barnaby Joyce join what he called an extreme party like One Nation, and he warned that if Barnaby Joyce joins you, it could end up like Mark Latham. Your response?
Let me tell you, when I was actually disendorsed by the Liberal Party and I stood as an independent for the city of Oxley, it was the Nationals who came to me asking me to put out how to vote cards for Ron Boswell so we could actually win the Senate seat. In 1998, when we won the Senate seat in Queensland in our own right, it was Ron Boswell behind the scenes that got involved with the Chinese community to get them to make a case against Heather Hill to have her thrown out. Ron Boswell has been on my side, has hated One Nation for our rise that we have, and it's all about looking after National, not about working with us and in the interest of the Australian people. I've got no time for that silly old bastard, to tell you the truth. And you've asked me this question, I have to be honest with you. He's done nothing but try to destroy me and the party. It caused me so much pain over the years. I don't take any interest in it. Mark Latham's got nothing to do with it. Mark Latham, I thought, would have a lot to offer. Mark Latham did the wrong thing by the party and by me. He walked away from us. So to bring Mark Latham into it's a wrong bloody thing to say to me. And I've got a lot more respect for Barnaby Joyce and his ability than what I have for Mark Latham.
Will Barnaby Joyce be running for One Nation at the next election?
You have to ask Barnaby that. He's not even a member of the party yet. He will make that decision, and when he makes his decision, he will let the people know where he stands. I know he's got the community and his ranch behind him, or the ranch in Tamworth. I was there at the weekend. There's a lot of support for him there. And what I've been reading, how I read the room, they are quite happy for him to come across to One Nation. And I've been pulled up all day, over the weekend. People saying, good on you. I hope Barnaby joins you. People want the A team, and that's what it is. It's not the dream team, it's the A team in the next election that I'm putting together to actually make these political parties accountable. These elitists that are out there that are pushing, of course, for a populist party. That's all they can say is to put us down. We are the people, we are the party that's listening to the general public. We are going to make sure that we get things changed in this country. If not, we will be a third world country very, very soon, in the next 10 to 15 years, if we don't turn things around.
I think a lot of people would agree with you. Just before I let you go, you've said you open your arms to people who want to leave the coalition to come and join One Nation, as I think people expect you to open your arms to them. You heard Lou O'Brien just a moment ago. Would you pick up the phone and give him a call and say, hey, I heard you talking to McPherson on the Bot Report. We should have a coffee?
I'm not going to put pressure on anyone like that. I appreciate Lou O'Brien coming out and saying that. And, I believe in loyalty. But I'm not going to be putting pressure on anyone. If Lou wants to actually pick up the phone and have a talk to me, Lou must be happy within himself. He must realise what he wants to achieve for this country and for his electorate. And I was just so impressed with what he had said. And I would welcome Lou on board. But I'd say to people, if you're thinking about those other members of Parliament, if you want to come across the One Nation, do not think that you're going to sit on your laurels and do nothing. There's two things on we ask that you have to agree with us. Cut back mass migration and get rid of net zero. Those two things. You agree with me on that, we won't have any problems. And we can work through all the other policies and issues.
Pauline Hanson, I always enjoy talking with you, and I really appreciate you coming on the program tonight. Thanks so much for catching up. Well, still to come, I'll cross live to London as Prince Andrew is being investigated by police over his handling of an alleged sex abuse victim, plus the priceless Napoleon jewellery stolen at the weekend from the Louvre. All of that in just a moment.
We pride ourselves on holding the people in power to account. We don't let politicians get away with giving us platitudes and non-answers. We ask the tough questions. We cover stories that affect you.
At Carpet you'll find an unbeatable range to suit your style and budget. And if you order right now, you can have your new flooring installed for Christmas. That's why for over 50 years, Carpet have been
Experts in the trade.
Share life's sunny moments with Nivea Sun Protect and Moisture SPF 50+, with 4-hour water resistance to help shield skin against UV damage. Nivea Sun Protect and Moisture protects from harmful UV rays. Nivea is for skin.
That truly matters for each and every one of us. This is what you've been waiting for. Shen Yun, Australia Tour, coming to Sydney, Melbourne, the Gold Coast, and Adelaide, February to March 2026.
Don't let magic moments pass you by. Snapfish your eyes. Snap it, show it, love it with a Snapfish photo book. Snap it, show it, love it with Snapfish photo books. Visit snapfish.com.au.
What a hotel, right? And only 370 a night on my favorite site. What? You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $250. You have to check Trivago.
Oh yeah, prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites.
This is my favorite one.
Yeah, see? Same hotel. $120 off.
You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 30%. Hotel? Trivago.
The Institute of Public Affairs believes Australia has a history to be proud of. For over 80 years, our research has led the public debate. We need your support to keep standing up for the values that make Australia. Become a member of the IPA today. I watch a scary movie. Scary one that starts to move October. It's your time.
Speaking on this F1 season, you like this now. Clarence on top and then Aussie's chasing the crown. Oscar Piastri. Championship close than ever. Every point's on the line. Brilliant racing. Catch it all on Fox.
Well, just when you thought things couldn't possibly get any worse for Prince Andrew, they do. Last week he gave up his royal titles. This week he's under police investigation. Joining me with the latest is writer and broadcaster Esther Krakow. Esther, great to see you. Why are the police interested in Prince Andrew?
Well, I mean, just as the black sheep of the royal family, you would think that things could only get better from here, but no. Prince Andrew has given a whole new meaning to the word rock bottom. So now he's being investigated by the Metropolitan Police for allegedly using his personal protection officer, which is provided by the Metropolitan Police, which, if you recall, was the whole gripe Prince Harry had behind him suing the Home Office because they basically removed his automatic right to that sort of protection. Anyway, he allegedly asked them, him or her, to dig up negative information, should I say, on his alleged victim Virginia Giuffre. He also somehow is facing allegations that he managed to obtain her social security number and that he passed it on to a third party, which is obviously illegal. The actual allegations are a bit murky because, you know, one thing we do know is that clearly it's come to light that he was actually in contact with the disgraced convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein a lot longer than he alleged in that bombshell interview that he had with Emily Maitlis. So we know that, but now it seems that he used whatever strings he could to try and get some negative information on Virginia Giuffre and try to change public perception, or at the very least try to obtain unlawful information about her. These are the allegations, and it really doesn't get much worse than this. I can tell you that the Daily Mail probably called up the Buckingham Palace and said, listen, we have this information, we're about to investigate this, or break the news of this investigation. What do you want to do about it? Which is a courtesy that a lot of British media outlets give the Buckingham Palace to kind of maintain good relations with the monarchy. And, you know, King Charles stepped in and said, that's it, I've had enough, I'm stripping this man of his titles. They didn't go through Parliament, which Ed Miliband said on TV that it was because the king didn't want to waste parliamentarians' time by asking them to formally remove his titles. The government is happy to let the royal family lead on that. So they've acted very swiftly, and they've just basically said absolutely no more of this to him and his former life.
As soon as I heard the news of the police investigation, I thought, aha, the royal title's being stripped. It all makes sense now. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, I want to ask you about him because he keeps insisting anti-Semitism will not be tolerated. I'm just wondering how that squares with the decision by the city of Birmingham to ban Israeli football fans from attending next month's game between an Israeli team and Aston Villa.
Yeah, I mean, one common thread you're seeing with this government is they're completely adrift from reality. They just don't seem to get it. You know, you have the Prime Minister and then now Home Secretary Siobhan Mahmood saying they're going to fight this rising wave of anti-Semitism. It's not a rising wave. There is a section of the British public that are deeply anti-Semitic. They've been deeply anti-Semitic either from the time they came to the UK or for long after since they settled, and they're now just wearing their ugly heads and showing the world how anti-Semitic they are. The fact that the city of Birmingham, which is up to its neck in debt, so I'm assuming it has other problems, is saying that it's banning fans from Maccabi Tel Aviv, the football club, because of the risk of them being perpetrators of violence as opposed to victims is incredible to me. Now, this is a part of the UK, you have to remember, where people like Jess Phillips and now Home Secretary Siobhan who almost lost their seats because of sectarian politics. There is an independent MP from the West Midlands region who basically ran on a pro-Gaza campaign, which is incredible. You know, a British MP winning because of a region completely outside of British territory. But this is what they're dealing with. It's basically a powder keg at this point. And so they're dealing with all this, not just anti-Israel, but basically anti-Semitic sentiment in this part of the country. And now framing it as if these football fans are going to be the people instigating violence, when actually the reality is clearly the other way around.
Quite unbelievable. Now, before I let you go, scooter-riding thieves have broken into the Louvre and stolen priceless jewellery belonging to Napoleon's family. What more can you tell us about this? We've got about 30 seconds left.
Well, I mean, it's just a national embarrassment for France of epic proportions. I mean, one of the thieves was wearing a high visibility jacket. This raid only lasted 7 minutes. They managed to get into a part of the Louvre that was under construction. They even dropped one of the priceless jewels, which was Empress Eugenie's crown, on their way out, which was basically a smash and grab of all proportions. It's just completely embarrassing, honestly.
It certainly is. It also raises the question, Esther, I mean, it's one thing to steal priceless rare jewellery like that, but then to sell it and offload it, that's got to be difficult.
It's going to be virtually impossible, but I'm sure there will be a clandestine bidder in the underworld that will probably get this as part of their personal collection. I think they might have had some sort of high value customers already lined up before they engaged in this.
Well, it's certainly a fascinating crime and has got worldwide attention, as you would expect. Esther, always a delight to talk. Thanks for joining me. Well, that's it from me, but stick around. Coming up now is Sherry Markson. Good night.
Live on Sky News, this is Sherry.
Good evening. In a major intervention, Matt Canavan signals it's time for the Nationals and Liberals to split over net zero. My exclusive in a moment. Australia's weakest Prime Minister is set to meet with the world's strongest leader. Will Donald Trump give Albanese the reality check he so deserves? Cameron Milner will give his assessment shortly. A Premier in denial. Jacinta Allen claims Melbourne is safe even as police admit there's a crime crisis. Steve Price will unload on this new level of spin. And I can reveal Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister will snub Australia as she visits New Zealand and the Pacific. My scoop coming up. Plus, Prince Andrew back under police investigation, a sniper's nest found near Air Force One, and yet another Mamdani outrage. All of that with Kushadara. But first tonight in breaking news, I can reveal some Nationals are demanding a split from the Liberal Party in the wake of Barnaby Joyce's likely resignation. Joyce has highlighted net zero as the key reason why he's considering leaving the party. And National Senator Matt Canavan tells me that if the Liberals continue to support net zero, then he believes the coalition partnership should split. He told me exclusively today the net zero issue is now existential for the Nationals Party. If the Liberals maintain support for it, then what might be best is just for us to go our separate ways. Major intervention there. Canavan also told me we could put both policies to the electorate and the people can decide. There's a growing push inside the Nationals for the party to have a stronger position against net zero. This because of energy cost reliability and consumer affordability. Former Prime Minister John Howard has also argued for this position, his personal view. But Matt Canavan points out that even in the so-called teal seats, the number one issue at the last federal election was cost of living. His intervention now tonight adds to the sense the coalition is in crisis. And opposition leader Susan Lee today seemed to acknowledge the partnership is precarious.
That's a perspective question, Michael, and right now we are in coalition and it's a coalition I support, as does David Littleproud.
The federal election result was meant to be rock bottom for the coalition, but just 4 or so months on, it's crumbling even further. The coalition only holds 43 seats in the parliament, compared to Labor's 94. Unity and extremely hard work campaigning in the electorate and in the media is what's now required. Yet the opposition is bereft of policies. It can't articulate its values or what it's fighting for. So it's no wonder some MPs are considering jumping ship from the coalition partnership. First, we saw high-profile performers Andrew Hastie and Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price quit the Liberal frontbench. And now, as you know, Barnaby Joyce and Lou O'Brien are talking about leaving, potentially, for One Nation. Now, Pauline Hanson has been open that she's open to recruiting Barnaby Joyce, Jacinta, Colin Boyce and Lou O'Brien. And you heard what she had to say, some strong words, just with James McPherson in the past half hour. Let's be clear. This is a humiliating time for the coalition. And Susan Lee has to take some responsibility here. Because this is what happens when there's a leadership vacuum and a policy vacuum. Now, a policy review is fine, but the election was in May. We're now in October. The party needs to take the fight up to the government, and it needs to be doing the hard work of trying to win back seats, not losing more to one nation. Now, Joyce has admitted he's had what some have told me are quite advanced discussions with Pauline Hanson, but he hasn't made a final decision. And the points that we've seen Joyce raise on policy are fair enough. And just a reminder, this is what he's calling for.
Zero should not be an offer to me, it should be a reality of Australia. This is outrageous what you're doing to our nation. You have, you're putting small business out of business. Our cow prices are going through the roof. You're putting poor people out of their house. You are dividing communities. You are desecrating the landscape with swindle factories and solar panels and windmills. You don't get out of net zero because of Barnaby Joyce. You get out of net zero because it is a really bad policy that's doing so much damage and so much hurt to our nation.
But this isn't just about policy. As Joyce has made clear, this is also his decision that leave the Nationals. It's partly because of the deterioration in the relationship between him and the Nationals leader, David Littleproud. Now, Littleproud and Joyce had a civil conversation yesterday, but I'm told it may be too little, too late. And there's history here. As you'll recall, the Nationals leader didn't offer Barnaby Joyce a frontbench position, despite his experience as a former Deputy Prime Minister. And Littleproud told the media this was because the party needed generational change. He also prevented Joyce from campaigning outside of his electorate, despite the fact he's the most high-profile National. Now, while Susan Lee and David Littleproud do have much to answer for, Joyce isn't blame-free either. He has caused major headaches for successive Liberal leaders and Prime Ministers, not the least of which was when he chose to have a scandalous affair with his media advisor, which not only blew up his own marriage, but also cost the government dearly. Yet there are always challenging characters in politics, and it's up to the leaders to properly manage them. And if the coalition was soaring with a strong policy platform that it was campaigning on every day, it's unlikely Joyce or Lou would be flirting with One Nation. Now, this can be fixed, but Littleproud and Lee need to actually ask Joyce to stay and to contribute. And they need to nut out at least 4 or 5 strong policies to campaign on. Now, this isn't difficult. These are mainstream issues that Australians care about. This crisis in the coalition is all self-inflicted, and it comes despite the Albanese government's disastrous performance. Now, this is the stuff of Hollywood films. A 7-minute heist in broad daylight, where thieves manage to steal the French crown jewels from the Louvre. In astonishing vision, you can see here a professional conman stealing priceless jewels from a glass enclosure. Have a look.
The alarm was raised by security that were there. The police were called. Visitors were then ushered out, totally confused about what was going on. And the thieves then got away with 8 items, we understand, including emerald earrings, necklaces, a tiara belonging to an empress and a queen. Now, in their rush to get away, they dropped another tiara.
So as you saw in that vision there, the thieves parked on the street outside and they used a motorised ladder to reach the first floor. They reportedly then used a disc cutter to enter through the window. Now, the Louvre is the world's most famous art gallery with extremely tight security. It should be impenetrable. So it's utterly extraordinary that criminals managed to infiltrate in broad daylight and get away with such a stunning and audacious heist. French President Emmanuel Macron said this was an attack on France. And France's culture minister said it was the work of professionals.
It must be said that these are professionals. Organized crime today targets art objects. And museums have obviously become targets because France, as you know, is a country with a rich heritage, a country with historical heritage objects of great value. And so these museums have also become targets for these criminals.
The last time there was a theft of this scale was when Leonardo da Vinci's masterpiece, the Mona Lisa, disappeared in 1911. The thief had disguised himself as a museum employee. He was later identified as an Italian man who perhaps believed the artwork should be in the hands of Italy. Now, the search for the Mona Lisa lasted 2 years before it was eventually found in Florence, when the thief tried to resell it. Like the Mona Lisa, the 18th and 19th century French crown jewels stolen overnight have made headlines the world over. They're now so famous and recognizable, it would be virtually impossible for the criminals to resell them without breaking apart the jewels or melting down the gold first. So this would greatly reduce their original value. It's hard to imagine why a thief stole them in the first place, unless for the sheer infamy of it. Either way, the heist has exposed shocking security breaches in one of the world's most beautiful and protected buildings. Well, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has landed in Washington, D.C. ahead of his first ever meeting with Donald Trump. Now, 57 world leaders, 57, have already met the United States President, some of them multiple times, up to 6 times even. And this reflects the fact that Trump knows full well who he is dealing with. He knows just how woke and weak Albanese is as a leader. The President is also dismayed at what has happened to Australia. Now, Cameron Milner writes in the Nightly that in a few hours, Australia's weakest Prime Minister will meet the world's strongest leader at the White House. He says if only global politics was as easy as smiling for a selfie, Albo might actually cut it. And Cameron Milner joins me now, along with Sky News host Steve Price. Great to see you both. And Cameron, sensational column. Now, you write that Albanese deserves the full Zelensky treatment, of course referring to that infamous meeting in the White House earlier this year. Why do you say that?
Well, because the truth has got to get out there, Charlie. I mean, Australia has lurched to the hard left under Albanese. I mean, we have to explain the ISIS brides being given red carpet treatment, Gazans on tourist visas and no security checks becoming citizens, and the appalling rise of anti-Semitism in Australia. They're real issues. And truth might hurt Albo, but someone's got to bring him to heel. And I think Trump's able to do that. And I hope it's not social. I hope there's a truth bomb in that Oval Office tonight. And Albo has to then answer what he's done to Australia.
You also write in quite an entertaining way how Albanese has just been on this holiday and now he's going straight to Washington. Do you want to expand on that?
Well, I mean, you know, the world's worst kept secret that he went to Palau, economy class, of course, because when the taxpayer's not paying, he's out of his own back pocket, he's going to pay for economy for him and Jody to go to Pacific Island holiday. But look, Glasgow massages, the Azure waters, surely that's enough preparation for the roasting he hopefully gets in the Oval Office in a few hours' time.
Now, of course, as an Australian, we do want the meeting to go well. We do need Australia and the United States to have a solid relationship. It's appalling that Trump was elected in November last year and that our Prime Minister still hasn't been able to meet with him. As you know, I broke the story earlier this year that Trump wouldn't even take his phone calls. Now, Steve, Trump is going to want to try and do a deal, a hearing on defence spending and on critical minerals.
Well, that's the strong part of Anthony Albanese's pitch, isn't it? I mean, we do have a lot of those very rich minerals that the world needs, and with China shutting down their exploration and export of those minerals, Australia's in a good place. But I'm just wondering, and I'm going to try and get up at 3 o'clock and watch Sky's live coverage of this. I want to see where Kevin Rudd's sitting. Now, I'd be interested to know what Cameron makes of the Kevin Rudd is going to be in this meeting. When I heard that on Sky today, I couldn't believe it. I mean, if you go back and replay the things that Kevin Rudd said about Donald Trump, I don't know why you'd take him. I mean, is he going to be hidden at the back of the room? Correct. I mean, so why would that is such a dumb thing to do, to take Kevin Rudd in there. I mean, Donald Trump's just as likely to have a piece of paper shoved in front of him, and it'll have the quotes from Kevin Rudd on it. He's likely to turn to Rudd and go, "What are you doing here?" I mean, it's just madness beyond belief.
Yeah, Cameron, I know that Trump knows what's been going on in Australia. He absolutely does, but he's also in a very good mood at the moment. I mean, he's achieved an extraordinary feat in the Middle East peace deal, so he might not want to get into an antagonistic, difficult meeting at this point in time. Cameron?
No, that's right. And, you know, his speech to the Knesset was, I think, fantastic to watch for anyone who's actually interested in seeing how a US president can really talk to a nation. I thought it was jovial, it was lighthearted, it was serious at times. But no, look, I mean, I think the only hope I've got is that Trump actually sees the US-Australia relationship as more important than weak Albanese. And hopefully he sees the importance of the Defence Pact and the fact that we're one of the only nations in the Pacific that should be able to stand up to the Chinese and Chinese aggression. So hopefully the US-Australia relationship will transcend Albanese.
Yeah. All right, well, let's turn to this very important story, the crime and the violent protests in Melbourne on the weekend. Now, the Premier has insisted that there's no problem with crime in Melbourne, it's all very safe. Yet even the police have described it as and I'm quoting, a crime crisis. And they've said that Melbourne has had a gutful of all of this. Here's Police Commander Wayne Cheeseman.
This is what was thrown at police today, and I think Melbourne has had a gutful. These were being thrown at police. Bottles filled with shards of glass were being thrown at police. Rotten fruit was being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, you know, really enough's enough. The people that came to the fight with police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
I mean, Steve, you can just see his anger, and what a hero that Police Commander Wayne Cheeseman is. You wonder how long, he'll have his job given how strongly he's come out when the Premier is saying that the city is safe. Steve, how can she possibly claim this?
Well, the easiest thing to say would be that she's delusional, but she's not. She knows exactly what's going on, and she knows that Melbourne is a lawless place. We've had two senior police in the last month stand up and start to talk tough, so that must be under the command of the new Police Commissioner, Mike Bush. He's giving his troops the right to stand up and tell the truth. Cheeseman emptied a box of rocks out on the floor, held up a piece of bluestone, which is broken off the paving stones in Melbourne, and says they were thrown at police. I was there yesterday. I spoke to a number of police officers on the front line. I said to them, what are you blokes doing here? I mean, haven't you got better things to do on a Sunday? They don't want to be there. I stood on the corner of a street and I saw 10 riot police with shields on their faces, carrying rubber bullet guns and pepper spray and stun grenades run past at full bore. I thought I was in some lawless country in South America or the bad days of apartheid in South Africa. This is Melbourne. This is not happening in Sydney or Brisbane or Adelaide or Perth. I've said it to you before. It's on and on and on. There was one arrest yesterday, a 35-year-old woman from country Victoria. She was immediately bailed, and have a guess when she's going to appear in court for what she's been charged with. Next May, in 8 months' time. She's going to be out on the street today, tonight, next week. They'll be back, this Antifa crowd, this mob that are just hard left socialist activists, and no one's going to stop them. And Jacinta Allen, the woman who's in charge of the state, said, there's nothing to see here, no worries, Melbourne's great. It's not, it's a war zone.
Cameron, it must be so frustrating for Melburnians. We know it's not just the protest, but crime is now becoming a major issue. Just regular suburbs are becoming increasingly
increasingly unsafe, break and enters, crime on the streets. What do you think is needed here, Cameron? Do we need tougher public order penalties? Does there need to be, in terms of the protests, bans for repeat violent offenders?
Well, everyone's got a right to a peaceful protest, and I say peaceful. As soon as you're a violent thug on the streets of Melbourne, have the books thrown at you. Go to jail. I mean, the police should go over and enforce the law of the land, arrest these people. To your point, Steve, not one person, not one random person. Let's get all the thugs, all the troublemakers, line them up and put them through the court process and put them in jail. Give them some jail time. Because we're going to get serious about people taking control of the streets when it's our streets, Shari. It's our streets.
Look, from the crime crisis back to the coalition crisis, because I'm keen to get your thoughts on my story tonight that Matt Canavan says the coalition should split if the Liberals can't support net zero. Steve, what do you think about this?
Well, what's the delay? I mean, what are they waiting for? I know Canavan's supposed to be doing a report for the Nationals. I mean, they need to get on with it. I mean, Susan Lee and David Littleproud, they just look weak at the moment. I mean, if you're going to dump net zero, do it. Tell the public and get on with it. There's no point having a report and announcing it in 3 or 4 months' time. They're going to lose talent like Jordan. Canavan looks like he's going to stay with the Nats, but there'll be others who'll walk away. Pauline Hanson's the winner out of this. I mean, she was on Sky tonight saying that she would welcome Barnaby Joyce into her party. I mean, does the coalition not see what's going on? Why would you just sit around waiting for a report? Net zero is going to kill the coalition. Canavan's right. If they don't dump at the Liberals, then the Nats will walk away from them, and then you've got a split. And what are we going to have as a result of that? And Cameron knows this better than anybody. You're going to have Labor administrations for at least the next 2 terms, maybe 3.
Yeah, which at the moment is the trajectory given the state of the coalition. Cameron, I just want to turn to your side of politics because there's this apparent divide between the Treasurer and the Prime Minister after Jim Chalmers backpedaled on taxing unrealised capital gains last week, and of course this was announced on the day the hostages were returned. Cameron, what's going on behind the scenes with the Treasurer and the Prime Minister?
Well, it was a political hit job, total political hit job. I mean, the Albanese made the ERC decision to dump Chalmers' tax changes and then went on holiday. 2 weeks in front of a press conference to explain why he hung his treasurer out to dry. No, it was disgusting. I mean, Chalmers is a really hard worker. But on that Monday, he had to eat the proverbial sandwich with no sauce. Thanks to this Prime Minister. Because this Prime Minister is so paranoid about anyone with talent around the cabinet table.
Yeah, he's definitely threatened by Chalmers, views him as a future leadership rival, and we've got to go, Cameron, very quickly. There's, the talk, it's growing and growing that Tony Burke is the heir apparent.
He is his elbow stick because he's going to continue being an Albanista and carry on a former government just like Albanese.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot imagine the disaster that would be the country if Tony Burke was Prime Minister, even worse than right now with Albanese. All right. Karen Milner, Steve Price, great to see you both. Now, there's a major scandal in New York where the front-runner to be mayor, Zohan Mamdani, has been pictured with a radical imam, Siraj Wahaj, who once supported the terror attacks on the Trade Center in 1993. Now, survivors of that attack say that this image is a disgrace of the two of them smiling together, a photo opportunity with someone tied to one of America's earliest acts of jihadist terror. New York Post columnist Miranda Devine has written that it's hard to believe that 24 years after 9/11, New York City is on the brink of voting in a Uganda-born Islamist mayor who campaigned last week with an unindicted co-conspirator in the first World Trade Center terror attack that killed 6 New Yorkers. We've also seen time and time again that Mamdani has refused to condemn Hamas. The Sky News contributor Kosha Dada joins me now. Now, Kosha, we've got to say that Imam has denied involvement and has never been charged. But what message does it send when the front-runner for the mayoral candidate happily poses with someone accused of enabling terrorism?
Not a great message, Shari, and I lived in New York at the time when 9/11 happened, and it would have been completely unthinkable, as Miranda Devine said, that in such a short period of time, 2 decades after that, here we are. But I think what it tells city. It's a different country. 25 years is a long time, a lifetime in politics. And unfortunately, politics is about emotion more than it is about facts, especially historical facts that are 25, 30 years old. A lot of people who are going to be voting in this election weren't even alive back then. This is, of course, the 93 bombing, before 9/11. So that's even older news. And people's memories are long forgotten about that. And I think I go with identity. He sort of comes across as somebody that a lot of the electorate has affinity with from an identity perspective. He's packaged very well as kind of this smiling, charismatic person, and sadly, just at that surface level is how the votes are likely to go. And based on the polling today, even as these types of revelations come out with him, he is running away with it. He's 15 points ahead of Ben Cuomo, who's in second place.
Extraordinary. We can only hope that the polls are, way off, completely wrong, because this is just going to be a travesty for New York City if he gets in. I want to ask you about Prince Andrew. Now, he's back under investigation, this time for allegedly using a palace bodyguard to dig up dirt on a sex abuse victim, Virginia Giuffre. And also the major news over the weekend that he's had to give up his royal titles and honours. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so this one is interesting because the Metropolitan Police has stated they are looking into this matter, so technically he is in legal jeopardy. There are some statutes in UK law that say as a public official, if he was using his public resources or access to public resources to get information or dig up dirt on somebody for personal ends, that is a violation of certain statutes. That's what they're looking into. Obviously, this is a famous or infamous person that's now been tied for him forevermore, that photo and beyond. However, realistically, I find it hard to believe that they're going to go there. No criminal probe has been opened, and I think they have bigger fish to fry than pursuing legal criminal action against him. Virginia Giuffre also passed away in April of this year, here actually in Queensland, Australia, so that also potentially weakens any such charge around it. However, your second question, politically, it is interesting. I think a lot of people are asking why now? Why did this stuff come out now? Was this the reason for why he now kind of all of a sudden gave up his titles? That's pretty shocking news. I think people are kind of scratching their heads about that. And it might also be a harbinger for what's to come, where the mother's love, Queen Elizabeth, is different from the brother's love or a nephew's love for willing to look the other way. And are there other royals potentially that future King William might take a harder look at in terms of how long they can hang on to titles?
Such a good point. Now, big story today, the FBI is investigating what's been described as a potential sniper's nest. This is overlooking Donald Trump's Air Force One. It's the landing zone at Palm Beach Airport. Now, we don't know for sure, but this is what it's been described as. Kosher, this is just a chilling reminder of all the potential threats to the president's life and how his life is still in jeopardy every day he goes out in public.
100%. He is target number one of many people on the other side. It's a miracle by which he dodged that bullet by 1 millimeter, which changed the arc of history, as we often talk about it, and will probably for the rest of time. The second one, the Secret Service thankfully caught that person who was recently convicted in Florida with the barrel of the gun coming out of the bushes, and now this one, we don't know how developed the plot was, but it is no joke. And many people actually are kind of really fed up, I would say, Shari, with the Secret Service and why these things seem to get to the stage that they get to before they're caught. Thankfully, so far they haven't been caught. And I think there's just a bigger push for them to toughen up. Or should there be a military unit for somebody else augmenting the Secret Service around President Trump, given the threat against him is unlike anything in recent memory?
Although, of course, as you know, two weren't caught. I mean, it was on the president, but the Charlie Kirk assassination, and he had security, and also, the near miss with President Trump. Just very quickly before you go, I want to ask you about this massive so-called No Kings protest against Donald Trump on the weekend. Now he's hit back at it. He's posted an AI-generated clip of himself as a fighter pilot dumping sewage on protesters, which is hilarious, and the White House does seem to be having a lot of fun with its social media at the moment. But he did allow these protests to go ahead. So that was, that is fundamental to democracy, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. And look, 77 million people voted for him in the last election. Some the highest reports are something like 7 million people took to the streets, so that's debated. If true, we're saying 10% of them are very angry that not only did he win, but he's putting his campaign promises into action. We see them in action, and it's conceivable that a lot of people with time on their hands are taken to the streets. There's some question about how many of them are organic versus is there some sort of funding kind of propping it up, who knows. But yeah, that's part of democracy, and he's the king of taking those kinds of things and trolling the other side, if you will. He started doing it with tweets, now he's graduated into AI videos, and I think that kind of does neutralize him a little bit, and he's going to continue pushing his agenda.
Yeah. Look, it's hard to imagine there were 7 million people at a protest, but these numbers are always greatly exaggerated, as you say. Pressure Data, thank you so much for coming on again. Now, still to come, the millions donated to Climate 200 to win teal seats. So you've got to ask, why are the wealthy backing this movement? And an October 7 terrorist arrested in the United States. That major story with Ray Hadley next.
For more than 2 centuries, people have been coming from around the world to share this ancient continent with the first Australians. Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott re-examines our unlikely beginnings.
We are a remarkable country because of the way that our history has played out.
We are the most unexpected success story in the modern world, and the foundations that built modern Australia.
This is a real opportunity, which is the story of Australian immigrants.
A more multi-ethnic society in the process.
You reckon this is a foundational story of Australian democracy?
I see it to be a united country, giving everyone fair go. That's the Australia we believe in. Australia, a history, stream of full documentary and extended interviews online or on the Sky News Australia app.
Save on Japan Discovery, now from $3,799 per person, including flights. Wander Tokyo's neon-lit streets, explore the serene temples of Kyoto, witness Mount Fuji and more. Search Trinity on now.
For the first time ever, Supercars has a final series. And drivers, 3 rounds. Winner takes all.
Cricket, it's an emotional roller coaster. Pure joy, pure heartbreak, and sometimes pure comedy. Watch cricket live in 4K Ultra HD.
Welcome back. A Palestinian immigrant has been arrested in America over claims that he took part in the October 7 massacre. The 33-year-old is alleged to have lied in his visa interview, but police then uncovered photographs of him wearing terrorist military attire and his mobile phone connected to an Israeli cell tower on the morning of October 7. Now, despite this, he did manage to enter the United States in September last year, and then he was arrested on Thursday. Radio legend Ray Hadley joins me now. Ray, does this case raise questions to you about how adequate our security vetting might have been? Like, if he got through United States security vetting, famously tough.
Grave concerns, because put simply, knowing the full details, the American system of vetting would be far superior to ours, 9 times out of 10. Because they've got people over there who are most interested in protecting Americans. We've got Tony Burke. Really. So you'd have to think some of the guys who were repatriated here, given that the mass has been in power for 2 decades, those people brought here, one would imagine some would have sympathy for Hamas, a terrorist organisation, and we're bringing them here. And Bert keeps building on about, stringent assistance act. There's nothing stringent about what happens in relation to these people. And if someone can lie on a much more rigid vetting system in the United States of America, and the good news is they found out. I mean, they didn't just say, oh, you're here, that's good.
Yeah.
Behave yourself down there in Louisiana or wherever you may be. But they kept putting things together until they basically said you shouldn't be here because you're obviously part of the terror group.
And I've read some of the different reports in the different media outlets about the same story, and the details extraordinary. What American police managed to uncover, the authorities. I mean, it sounds like it was an initial tip-off from Israel, but then the bulk of the evidence was compiled by the United States.
Yeah, the FBI have been heavily involved, and we don't have the FBI here. We've got a very capable Australian Federal Police and Australian Border Force, but whatever the Home Affairs Minister was Tony Burke, you wouldn't know who would bring here. There'd be no confidence about the type of people who bring here.
And even the first cohort came before Tony Burke was Home Affairs Minister, but as we know, because it emerged in Senate estimates hearing, it was rushed through, and some of the approvals were granted when there couldn't possibly have been time for adequate security checks. I got a list of the names at the time. I had to look through the names. A lot of their social medias had been deleted. They're, old history, so very hard to find out where. And this, by the way, is one of Julian Siegel's recommendations, that anti-Semitism is a prerequisite, if you like, on visa applications.
I spoke at a Jewish gathering for the Board of Deputies earlier this year, and I met Mrs. very impressive lady, and very guarded because she has a very important position. But in a short conversation, I gleaned that she'd like a lot more to be done based on her investigations. But we know where the allegiances lie with the Australian Labor Party. The recognition of the partisan mistake, which, to our detriment, recommends Hamas, a terrorist organisation. I know they say it doesn't, but it does.
But that's still the governing body. I mean, that's the discussion now. How do we get rid of Hamas?
And we spoke last Thursday about the treaty, the Donald Trump treaty. So what do they do with Mr. Miller? They execute people who have a different view to them in front of cheering crowds.
Yeah.
And shoot them at point blank, but no trial, no system of justice, just you belong to another tribe and your tribe is sympathetic to the Jewish faith, so we'll kill you. That's how they operate. And I know Trump's done a wonderful job so far, but how do you trust Hamas? I mean, thieves, murderers, rapists, terrorists, how do you trust them?
You absolutely can't. And just before any of our comments get misinterpreted, of course there are innocent families who are refugees, but it's doing the security vetting to make sure that Hamas supporters or terrorists themselves, like this case in America, don't slip through the process.
I'm sure that the vast majority of people being repatriated here from all theatres of war are good decent people. You've only got to make one mistake
for there to be a big problem.
A massive problem. A massive problem. You don't want the little cafe scenes repeated. That was a terrible period in our history. You don't want it repeated. You have to be very careful about who comes here.
I want to ask you about the protests in Melbourne on the weekend. This is some of the violent, clashes, just how the protesters reacted to police. Have a look. Jacinta Allen is denying that there's a crisis. She is delusional, or is this just
burning effigies of police officers? I mean, what standard is acceptable? But look, I don't have a great understanding of Victorian politics for our Victorian years. Okay, so I defer to people like Andrew, hopefully back next Monday as well, and Trotsky, who had on previously, who come from that part of the world.
Yeah.
And based on one issue, I didn't even tell you about this, law and order alone. I can't imagine that Brad Batten can't win the election next year. On law and order, nothing else. So it's a big battle because I think the Labor Party has 54 of 88 seats. There are 27 held by the Liberal National Party, 20 and 9, or 29 actually, 20 and 9, and then there's 5 crossbenchers. Now, it's a big effort, but if Brad Batten fights on law and order, and even by the lofty standards of Victoria returning Labor time after time after time again, there has to be a change in government. There has to be. If Jacinta Allen is delusional and in total denial, and the matter we spoke about last week, the whole place, it should be the woke state. So they've got those poor boys killed in Melbourne. So they've rounded up the police, done a wonderful job. So there's a 16 and a 15-year-old called the court last week to get DNA. The 16-year-old in a youth justice centre said, I'm not going to feel crook, so they get a doctor in, there's nothing wrong with it. And then the people running youth justice, the woke people appointed by the Labor government, say, look, we can't make these people go to court if they don't wish to go. So in the end, the magistrate has to say to the police, go and arrest him and bring him in here for DNA. I mean, well, what standard, when you are charged allegedly murdering someone, do you say to youth justice, oh, I'm not going to court? And Jacinta Allen doesn't make a law the next day with the numbers she's got to say, well, we can't have that. We can't have a 16-year-old telling youth justice he doesn't want to go to court. And you think about what sort of person's in charge of youth justice in Victoria that would simply say, we can't make them go because we've got to think about what they're feeling.
I mean, if Victorians vote her back in, there's something wrong.
Well,
voting back in, there's something wrong
that's
with it.
the same thing about Canberra. They've had the same green Labor government for decades, and anyway, but hopefully common sense will prevail in Victoria in 2026.
We've only got half a minute left. I've got to ask about these figures today. The Climate 200 spent nearly $11 million on their 34 teal campaigns. Look, at the end of the day, these MPs cannot make a difference. They'll never be in government. Why are the wealthy wasting their money donating nearly $11 million?
Well, it's a drop in the bucket for those people that are donating it. I mean, they carry that much in the ashtray of their cars. $11 million when you're talking about the people that have donated to illegal spending and Nick Ryan.
Give it to,
I mean, give it to disadvantaged children if you want to really make a difference to the world. But, I mean, the tools are never, ever going to happen. They spend all that money, $11 million, and I think the Leader spender got almost 300,000. Yeah, 1.9, but 300,000 on 200. The same with Millie Ryan. And they never, and they didn't, they lost a seat, so he generally lost a seat. So, I mean, these are very wealthy people. You'd like to think they're honourable in that they're making donations for honourable reasons, but you'd also think, are they really involved in the climate con? Do they have heavy investments in relation to renewables that makes them wish that perhaps these people had more clout than they actually had? But, I mean, it's...
all a bit of virtue signalling to swap materials. So disappointing.
I'll tell you one thing, they won't be going to One Nation, the Teals. Like Barnaby in that fight.
That's true. All right, Ray. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, still to come, Beijing plays dangerous games in the sky, plus Israel's high-level snub of Australia. I'll give you that exclusive after this quick break.
This program is brought to you by Harvey Norman. Shop in store and online. Best brands, best range, best prices.
Prime time doesn't hold back. Starting off with candid conversations on the Kinder Report. Critical thinking with Thriller. Breaking boundaries on the Whole Report. Sharp analysis on sharing. Public opinions on Paul Murray Live. Walk into lively discussion on the live debate. And before you reach for the remote, finish your night with the Rita Vanity Show. You don't want to miss prime time on Sky News Australia.
The world is changing. And in New South Wales, we've got the keys to the future. Mining metals like copper, gold, silver and zinc. Needed for medical devices, fitness trackers, everyone's phone, and so much more. These metals help unlock the latest tech and a better future, while mining operations reuse and recycle water to minimise waste. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Well, Israel's Deputy Foreign Affairs Minister Sharon Haskell is currently in our region. Yet despite visiting New Zealand, she's skipping Australia. Well, could it be because of the risk? Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke may not grant her a visa. I spoke with Sharon in the past hour. Sharon, great to see you. You're speaking to me right now from PNG. You're on a high-level visit of the Pacific and New Zealand, but I understand you're missing Australia. Why is this?
We've designated this trip from the first place to come visit those countries, incredible country who has supported us during the last 2 years. These were very difficult years for us. Papua New Guinea and Fiji have opened embassies, both of them in Jerusalem during that time of war, participated together in votings at the United Nations to support Israel. They have even represented us in the international courts of law. And for that, we are extremely grateful for the government and for the people. And this trip is meant as a thank you and gratitude for the incredible bond and friendship and support that we've received from them.
Yeah, and you're right. We saw most recently New Zealand refuse to recognise a Palestinian state when Australia did. Just one of many moves. But I have to ask you, Sharon, were there also concerns in Israel about Australia's Home Affairs Minister Tony Burke potentially denying you a visa if you had applied for one?
But this is not a consideration in this case, as this trip was already planned before as a gratitude trip to those countries who have supported us. Obviously, we were greatly concerned from the revoke of visas or the denial of entry of former Minister Ayelet Shaked, declaration by Bezalel Smotrich about Ben-Gvir. And it's important to say, I think the Australian government needs to understand why they, prevented the entrance or the visas. Was it something that they said? Because if someone is judged like that by what they said, Shari, I can give you a list of hundreds of people that that shouldn't enter Australia. They should be kept very far away. And if it is something that they did, then we should remind the Australian government that those decisions were done by the entire cabinet, which means that all the ministers of Israel are to judge by the same rules.
I just want to ask you about the tentative ceasefire that's holding in Gaza at the moment. What can you tell us about the Hamas attacks that killed Israeli soldiers overnight, and then also Israel's response in targeting Hamas?
So, Sherry, it's important also to understand in this context, there were more than 250 violations of the ceasefire by Hamas, whether it's drones, shootings, armed people going into the areas beyond the yellow line. There were 240 violations. What happened in the last couple of days, there's two major violations that we cannot go without any kind of reactions. One of them is what Trump described as Hamas taking over Gaza, killing, murdering, abducting, abusing, torturing, chaining and dragging in the streets dozens, if not hundreds, of Palestinians. And by the way, I don't hear those demonstrations in Sydney or Melbourne now calling to protect and defend Palestinians, to save them from the murderous hands of Hamas. I'll tell you what, because they don't care about the lives of the Palestinians. It's about hating Israel. But in our ceasefire terms, this is a violation, knowing that the international community, the Arab countries, agree that Hamas has to be disarmed. Then the second violation, was a major violation, was them shooting an anti-tank missile, an RPG, into an IDF vehicle, murdering 2 soldiers injuring more. I mean, you know, we are very concerned. There was a conference yesterday at the cabinet of the government. The Prime Minister has said that the ceasefire is back in place, but in any other violation, we will retaliate and will send a clear message to Hamas that this is absolutely unacceptable. It is very fragile, and we are still hoping, you know, that international community, the Americans, the Arab countries will force Hamas to disarm.
That is what Trump has been calling for. He said it every single day, pretty much for the past week. If Hamas doesn't disarm, will it be Israel that goes back in to defeat Hamas, or do you expect there could be international partners in this military action?
So we've said we're giving peace a chance, and that's what we're doing. Every time Israel had an opportunity through peace, through diplomacy, through negotiation to try and achieve our goals, this is the first path that we chose because Israel seeks peace and stability, nothing else. But I have to say, everything is on the table. We cannot just stand and wait for the 7th of October, and everybody knows that with Hamas, there will not be peace and stability. Hamas is a murderous death cult. They've written on their charter the complete annihilation of the state of Israel, murdering all the Jews in Israel and outside of Israel. This is not a peace-seeking organization. It's not a sensible government. It's not a stable leadership. This is a terrorist organization. If we want to get out of every few years having another round of war, Hamas must be dismantled. I hope it will come through diplomacy, but without any other choice, everything's back on the table.
All right. And then just very quickly there, Sharina, and the possibility that America could join you in that, is that on the table as well?
Look, I'll tell you very clearly, I don't think that the Americans will have boots on the grounds. If you're referring to soldiers who came in and were seen at the airport, this is about the central command towards the next stage in Gaza and the communication with the aid that is flowing in. There's a lot of collaboration. There's teams that are meant to be going in search of hostages that Hamas hasn't returned yet. So there's Qatari, Egyptian, and Turkish team that are meant to be going into Gaza in search of the bodies of the murdered victim by Hamas who are still being held there.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. Well, Sharon, all the best for the rest of your trip in the Pacific and look forward to hearing how the meetings go. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Right, still at hand, a Chinese fighter jet releases flares dangerously close to an Australian patrol plane. Our government's response? Well, that's next.
Former Prime Minister Tony Abbott re-examines our unlikely beginnings.
We are a remarkable country because of the way that our history has played out.
And the foundations that built modern Australia.
This is a real opportunity. I see a totally united country.
A landmark documentary.
That's the Australia we believe in.
Australia, a history. Stream the full documentary and extended interviews online or on the Sky News Australia app.
The world is changing. And in New South Wales, we've got the keys to the future. Mining metals like copper, gold, silver and zinc. Needed for medical devices, fitness trackers, everyone's phone, and so much more. These metals help unlock the latest tech and a better future, while mining operations reuse and recycle water to minimise waste. Because in New South Wales, we mine responsibly for today and tomorrow.
Chill light sunny moments with Nivea Sun Protect and Moisture SPF 50+ with 4-hour water resistance to help shield skin against UV damage. Nivea Sun Protect and Moisture protects from harmful UV rays. Nivea is for skin.
A performance that truly matters.
What a hotel, right? And only 370 a night on my favorite site. What? You didn't check Trivago.
I got mine for $250.
You have to check Trivago. Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices
From multiple different sites.
Even if you yeah, see? Same hotel. $120 less.
You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago. Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 30%. Hotel? Trivago. I watch a scary movie. Scary behind the germs. Starting 4th October. It's your time. It is a beautiful place that is just full of wow. Prepare to be well. As Evertown is headed to Belconnen, Canberra. We have saved the best to last whole home live. Our town, Belconnen, Canberra, Sunday at 9.
Giving away one free $2,000 gift card to support local community initiatives. Nominate in-store at harveynorman.com or offline by Wednesday, October 22, and tell us who you think deserves to be recognised.
Well, Australia's Royal Air Force was doing what every free nation has the legal right to do, conducting a routine patrol, a legal mission in international airspace, when a Chinese fighter jet swooped in and fired flares dangerously close to our aircraft. It's a reckless, hostile and aggressive move that jeopardised the safety of Australian pilots. Now, this wasn't a misunderstanding by Beijing. It was a deliberate act of intimidation. Yet another test to see just how much Australia will tolerate. And what's our response been? Well, the Defence Minister said that we've raised our concerns with China, that it's unsafe and unprofessional. I'm sorry, concerns? When a foreign power endangers Australian lives, that language is weak. Our government should be demanding an apology, not politely expressing discomfort. We need to be sending a clear message that Australian airspace operations are legal and non-negotiable, and that no dictatorship decides where our planes can fly, and certainly no dictatorship has the right to put our soldiers, our defence personnel, their lives in danger. This is simply not good enough. And don't forget, our allies are watching the response. That's all we've got time for today. I'll see you tomorrow at 8, and right now, here's Paul Nolan.
From the Sky News Centre, this is Paul Murray Live.
Thank you, Sherry Dunn. Lots to get to tonight, including we will go a little further on the recording the show just brought you about Matt Canavan and where he thinks the future of the coalition itself goes if net zero remains the policy of the Liberal Party. We'll get to all of that plus a whole lot more with him in a moment or two's time. There's a lot that the Teals and Clive Palmer have in common, and yes, it has a lot to do with cash and electoral cash, but there's some details that I'll need to give you that you haven't quite heard, so I spent the day digging right into the details in and around donations and spending and where the Australian democracy is going. Not in a great place. And we'll go to London. Mark Dolan is our dear friend there. He will join us from London to discuss many a matter, including, of course, the very latest when it comes to Prince Andrew. But first, there is a very fiery experience which has just happened on Australian television, and it is, unsurprisingly, the taxpayer-funded leftist media going after one of its favourite targets. Barnaby Joyce was on the 7:30 report, 7:30, as it is known now. We all know that 24 hours ago, we were dealing with the scenario of what happens next in Barnaby Joyce's career. Well, he said very clearly that obviously the relationship with the Nats is kaput. Obviously, he has been re-elected as the local member for New England. He will remain as that local member for New England. But what happens after that? Well, it is quite the discussion. But obviously, whether he would choose to join One Nation probably won't happen during this period of time in the Parliament. What happens next year, what happens the year after that, we'll all know together. But the feverish speculation for the past couple of days has probably got a little bit out of hand. But what about over the top? Here is the host of the show, Sarah Ferguson, trying her best to try to catch Barnaby Joyce out, but Barnaby's way smarter than that. Have a look at this rubbish which paraded as an interview tonight.
This idea that I'm in continual communication with Paul Hanson is absurd. Last night, because we seem to be doing this via media, I did ring and I said, well, you know, right, let's take out the middleman and let's talk to each other directly.
And did you discuss details of those
discussions?
This is a simple question. For the sake of the voters of New England.
But I'll give the answer that I will.
Oh, yeah. It keeps going because, of course, somehow she was going to trap him to somehow jump into One Nation tomorrow. Well, he wasn't going to have any of that. Remember, the facts are on the table. The rest of it is speculation. He is not going to be running again as the local member for New England, but between now and the next election, which of course is 2.5 years away, he will remain as a member of the federal parliament in the lower house representing New England. But he's a second try.
And the National Party.
Barnaby Joyce, I think, take the audience seriously, take the viewers seriously. You know perfectly well.
I can't be any more serious than that.
You know perfectly well that the National Party is close.
I'm being totally serious.
You know that the National Party is close to announcing its policy, that it will change its policy on net zero, exactly what you've been asking for months.
Sarah,
so would that be enough for you to remain in the National Party? Pretty simple question, Barnaby Joyce.
Sarah, on behalf of your million viewers, and congratulations, I will make a statement about that when that happens. If that happens, it hasn't happened, Sarah. Unless you're saying that are you absolutely certain it's going to happen, Sarah?
I think your contacts in the National Party are better than mine.
I doubt that very much at the moment. So what are your views?
Well, why don't we move on?
All right, let's have a look at take 3.
Change, because a few weeks ago, you said this was not about David Littleproud. Now you're saying it is about David Littleproud. Is it about David Littleproud? Is it about net zero? Or is it about leading the nation?
Do you want to interview yourself?
There you go. You've got 3 choices. Choose one. Ideally,
it doesn't work like that, Sarah. It doesn't work. Oh, Sarah, that's making a value judgment. Don't get yourself under the cold.
See, this is the reality, which is that for much of the establishment media, their understanding of the National Party, their understanding of One Nation, they don't even bother to actually look into what has been said, interviews that happen here, the reporting to what's actually going on. Instead, this is just a caricature. These are the people standing in the way of the great progress of the left. When they win, it's some sort of a national tragedy, and when the left wins, of course, there's a permanent revolution. All we know is what we know. And because I trust both Barnaby Joyce and Pauline Hanson, I'm taking them at their word. And the word is that he is done with being put into the naughty corner, the back of the bus. Remember, not allowed to leave his electorate, despite, of course, how effective he is as a campaigner, both regionally and for many people in metropolitan areas. So he gets it. All right, you don't want me, that's fine. I'll give you a chance to find somebody else. The One Nation of it all, again, has been largely media speculation. Now, in the interview that Barnaby gave tonight, and Pauline Hanson has given tonight, they have not been having secret chats. They have not been having some rolling WhatsApp conversation. Yes, there's occasional bumping.
I'm going to cut your bed
Yeah.
Are you okay there, no?
Oh, I'm playing.
Oh, goody.
I'm playing with my
politics. But something that I jumped on last night was to
you can have TV if you want.
No, I'll go there. We will not turn this one light here because I have my.
You come and talk to me, love, because I can't understand you when I can't see you.
We will leave the light open.
Tonight I'm going to go to bed.
And that's
Huh?
on satellite politics in terms of the fight between team lead and team lead. They're actually close to winning 7 seats, including one
But I want to get
as opposed to Jackie Mandy being
Even
able
if
to
you,
just
I
fall
don't
over
know,
the line.
once
It's a very
I'm,
tight race in Tasmania, and she was doing that only after a few
well,
months
once I
with the standing
sleep
start. What will
soundly,
happen in 3 years' time? Wow, Leanne's
you can
makes her
never
way
wake me
into
up.
the parliament. Because, of course, Landy
That's why I
doesn't
don't
really have the network anymore, doesn't really have an interest in the Tasmanian state politics. There's not going to be the obvious second person like Tammy Till who was able to get so. There's a very good chance that Lee Hansen ends up joining the parliament for 3 years.
Yeah, rather than sitting there. That's why every time I come home, I love to stay there because my back is cracked.
You get a TV put in there, but I'll show you can turn as a senator from Queensland.
So
That's, I have my member, I have my 2 folks. One is there doing the silent live. I have 2 there. I'm listening to YouTube, doing my game with the other on my iPad. Tomorrow you have meeting. Just there. I will just stay in that. Yeah.
Oh, you just have what you want, and when you run out of money, I'll put some more in there. Like, easy.
They must be very happy because there's another customer.
Yeah, well, I put $20 in there, which helps buy stuff.
What are you going to do with the money?
Yeah, well, they're the ones who put all different things in, you know,
Succession plan. I do have my daughter coming on board,
that.
and we've got a fantastic person in James
They get the money
who's
and
been
they
beside
put
me
it
since
towards
I've come back
presents
to
and
the party
Christmas.
again.
Yeah, and the party.
Yeah.
By the time we wake up tomorrow, the Prime Minister of Australia will have sat down for a meeting with the President of the United States.
Yeah.
It will be the 3rd time in a few years that the Australian Prime Minister has sat in the Oval Office.
So how are you feeling this
Yeah,
year?
no, I was using that tablet for 2 days, which
We watched from afar when it was Joe Biden giving the red carpet treatment and it all.
What tablet is that?
Well, the tablets I didn't have any when these guys for 2 days.
So how would you?
I didn't have any Saturday.
The Prime Minister,
Oh.
I think the rest of
And
Tennessee
then I didn't have any Sunday until I got home. So that's
Well, there are many people.
How do you feel? You're
No, I'm
not
okay.
Some parts, some
You're okay?
Zelensky.
Oh, that's nice. That's good news. And you sleep well.
Yeah. Oh,
Without the chemise.
More than they will.
See? Oh,
Next thing's gonna
thank
go
you,
fine.
Lord. Until you
The
know.
American media won't pay any
Yeah.
attention to
One
this
thing
because
about my
there's a government shutdown.
office mate, I was talking to
Oh,
Alex,
yeah.
right?
In the Oval Office in the past few days,
One,
with Zelensky and Trump, where they were
one
talking
of the,
which of the country
you
will
know,
be traded up to get Russia
it was
to
because
back
of
off.
all the
All
medicines
other
she
things
was
are
taking.
in Australia. Yeah.
She has this
People
heart,
interested in
but you know, in
interaction.
the
They will no
Philippines,
doubt be in
like me,
tell us the body language of
remember I was diagnosed with my heart, according to the doctor, my left ventricle is not normal than this one here. But when I came here, everything was normal. And I did not take that medicine. Good that I did not take that medicine there. Because when I took once, my heart was pounding. And I said, no, this is not for me. Yeah. Because our body would tell us that there's something wrong. So we have to stop. Just like the medicine that the doctor gave me because of my infections that I was always having here. I was really sick, and you know that. I was just vomiting. But then I stopped, and then my here, I'm okay.
Unsurprisingly, 40% and 39% of Greens voters, they're the ones who would like
Okay.
Right, I'll finish this, have a tablet, and I'll leave which slide you want on, just that first one there near the bridge.
Yeah.
Again, this thing will be exactly what we think it will do. Uneventful. No matter how much the Australian media will pretend that it's a major moment for both leaders, it won't be. You can watch it live.
Hi.
Coverage again in the morning of Andrew Cornell, who's in Washington for the meeting, and there's the photos with the speech. Make sure you start the day there and check it out in between. Now, many Australians have instantly fallen in love with the Victorian Police Commander who called it out, said it like it is, about the disgrace that is mad protesters in Melbourne who pretend to be more pure than others but are more violent than most.
Those were being thrown at police. Bottles filled with shards of glass were being thrown at police. Bins were put on fire. Flags were on fire. And I think, really enough's enough.
So excellent reporting is worth noting here too, is that despite the fact that Wayne Cheeseman said this about who was doing the damage,
people that came to the police were the issue-motivated groups on the left. I can tell you that the March for Australia group, they were peaceful, they were engaging, they listened to our instructions, they did what they were told, and they protested by example.
But as my colleagues Red Kennedy and Chris Kenny have already pointed out, if you exclusively were watching much of the establishment media, they tried to pretend there was sort of a problem with everyone. Somehow the problem was more so about the March for Australia people. This time around, the March for Australia has zero issues in terms of how it actually conducted itself, both in preparation and execution of their right to protest. They even went to the process of trying to work with police to be able to make sure that they were facing and causing no trouble. SkyNews.com.au also does an excellent breakdown, and I would suggest you go and have a look at that story about how that fact was deliberately ignored. And in many ways, bias by omission is something that we all need to get a bit more into to actually understand about how the media spins the ball, or the rock in this case. But I wanted to tell you a little bit more about that impressive bloke who speaks on behalf of a city and a state and a country that has had enough of this 4/5 of Butterworth people who are determined to continue to cause the problems that they are. Wayne Cheeseman is a very well-established and very high-ranking police officer. In a piece today in the Herald Sun, about his comments that we have all enjoyed over the past couple of days, they tell us about his backstory. Cheeseman was found in the end of the biking race to Echo Task Force, which was named for his Forces Executive of the Year in 2014 for his frontline on outdoor motorcycle gangs, as well as his background in stealing down common shares, arrangements, and records. He's also respected for that homicide and high-level drug investigator. So this bloke is so skills that have been involved and put his birthday on his lists a few years ago. And then we're is exactly the right place at our standing for the decency of all Victorians, regardless of whether they vote left, right, or centre.
I've been in the for 31 years. The impact and the impact it's having on the members working every weekend and on frontline community safety is massive. The cowards are coming in face coverage, they're coming in masks, they're coming in you can see them today they have the umbrellas up, they're getting behind the waterfield bags, they were being locked out of their bags and they focus on the police.
This should be because if you want they should not be the victims of such targeted, intentional violence. And the sorts of crimes that we are willing to explain away or lift out of the way, pretend like they actually lies to tell you is a place where society like a plastic box. I'm eternally thankful to the men and women of the police forces of this country. In Victoria alone, we've seen scenario of 2 police officers who were shot and murdered. All they were trying to do was to deliver court documents. Similarly, in Tasmania, a police officer shot and murdered trying to deliver court documents. We have to stand by our police, not just on days like yesterday, but to maintain a base that we feel good today, tonight, into tomorrow, next week, next month, and all the way every chance you have to vote to change a system that backs the
they're sick to the back teeth with this sort of behaviour, this sort of rubbish from these groups. If you're so peaceful, if you just can't make a peaceful point, why are you throwing bags of railway ballast? Why are you throwing bottles with glass shards in them? Why are you throwing fruit, eggs, projectiles at the police?
Bloody oath. Bloody oath. And Wayne had plenty more to say to that.
And nobody believes you. You have to look at the maybe turn on the TV and have a look at the pictures. And those were all statements actually quite
He's talking about the organisers. He's talking about the people who today, of course, have refused to condemn any of the behaviour that resulted in the assaults and potential assaults of police. Oh, no, instead it's all about responding to the excessive violence of the police. Fascinating interview today on 3AW with its morning's host Tom Elliott today, where they're talking to somebody who purported to be a representative of those who were protesting. Of course, only a first name, who knows whether that's true. But have a listen to the way this works today.
I think the better question to ask is why did Cheeseman use his opportunity when both the leader to pray people who organised a demonstration that also standing for immigration?
What he said was, he said that they defiant the rules of the person said they were
He went out of his way to pray for the demonstrators who were calling for standing immigration.
Yeah. I think the polite term is gaslighting. The reality is bullshit. The intellectual term, of course, is postmodernism, where nothing means anything. I disagree with the premise of your question, so I'll just go off somewhere else. It continues.
Would you at least condemn the violence?
I'm not condemning anything like this. The question is the wrong question to be asking. The better question to be asking is why the police got access to actually weapons that have a record of lethality. Why the police so violent towards people who are exercising democratic right to protest, and why did the police demand to go out of his way to pray a racist, sexist demonstration?
Can I have this one and
Your people were throwing
because
rocks.
I feel like
The police don't just
it's okay.
randomly.
I'm just going to have a tablet, love.
Yeah.
Did you want another drink or anything?
No, I feel like eating
What? What do you feel like?
ice cream.
Now, do you want to, one that's already drumstick?
No, I will have the old one.
Yeah.
And I will put the caramel in it.
Okay.
And then the cone. Ice. What is it then? The cone? I can do that now.
No, I'll get it for you, love, because we're just getting the tablets.
Okay.
Sino ba? Sino ba ang mastermind? Alam na po natin ako. Ano ang mo?
Legal. POV.
Kapan niyo ang mastermind sa walang habas at damakmak na korupsyon sa flood control? Kung hindi po ninyo alam, pakinggan po natin si Mamalo Tikia dahil alam na niya ang mastermind. So ito, Vice Ganda, pag-usapan din po natin ito, anak ng Tagwang. Vice Ganda, na-recruit si Atty. Regal Oliva. Na-recruit nga ba ito? O talagang noon pa, kakulay na ni Pitrang Kabayo? Pero yung pinakaligtas sa taong bayan, agad pinuyog ng mga liberis ang Regal POV. Anak ng Tagwang. Naalala ko to si Regal Oliva, Atty. Regal Oliva. Nagsimula po ako sa kanya nag-follow. Nung lumabas po siya sa kay Mayor Basti, si Basti. Yung ang Dabawin niya ba yun? Na talagang maganda naman yung mga komentaryo niya. Para sa bayan, meron kang malalaman, may mga impormasyon kang dagdag.
Only the caramel?
Informative.
The honey, you did the honey.
Pero nagulat po
Wala.
You put honey in the containers.
Yeah.
dahil yung nakaraan content niya ay kinuha niya talaga.
I thought you'd say thank you.
Duterte. Hindi lang si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Si Vice
Anyway, we've got plenty of ice cream there, love, so if you want any more,
Nung una, akala ko talagang pure
and it's
kumitahan lang
gluten-free, this one.
pagdating sa dulo ay babawi. Yung kaya lalong binaon niya ang war on drugs ni former President Duterte. Yan po ang ating pag-uusapan. Nakikita ko ni Vice Ganda na ilang taon natin si Vice Ganda, binanatan rin niya si Tatay Digong. At nung bumanat si Vice Ganda kay Tatay Digong, si Atty. Oliva, bumanat din kay Vice Ganda. Pero ngayon, naiba ang ihip ng hangin, si Atty. Oliva naman ang bumanat kay former President Duterte. Ang tanong dito, magkano anak ng kagwang? Pero kapag lahat po lahat muna kayo mag-subscribe at pakilala po ang inyong notification bell upang lagi po tayong updated sa ating mga video. Sa mga bago, huwag po kayo mahiya. Isang pindot lang po yan, subscribe na agad at mabuhay po tayo mga Pilipino. Sunod-sunod po rin po ito ang baha, bagyo, lindol sa ating bansa. Dahil nga ho, sa korupsyon ng gobyernong Marcos. Sa Cebu, lindol at sa Davao. Sa mga nabiktima ng lindol sa Cebu, nakatulong na po ang SMNI Foundation. Pero ngayon po, ngayong araw yata, ay tutulong na naman ang SMNI Foundation sa Davao Oriental para magbigay ng tulong para sa mga nasalanta ng dilubyo. Mantanin mo, siniwiin, trillion ang pondo, pero ginawang negosyo ang pagtulong, nagbibinta ka ng bigas. Panoorin po muna natin itong video ng SMNI.
After the recent tragedy in Cebu, our nation now faces another ordeal. On October 10, Davao Oriental was struck by two earthquakes, a 7.4 magnitude and a 6.8 magnitude, and aftershocks continued to shake the region, leaving families in fear and uncertainty. The SMNI Foundation Incorporated, while still conducting relief operations in Cebu, is now gearing up to bring aid to Davao Oriental through the generosity of our sponsors and donors, who remain steadfast in helping our fellow Filipinos. This mission of compassion will soon reach those in urgent need. Some choose to remain anonymous, yet their kindness continues to touch countless lives. We will carry out a series of relief operations in Davao Oriental. For those who wish to extend help to the earthquake victims, donations can be sent via GCash at +63 995 284 9117 or +63 917 714 1820. On behalf of the beneficiaries, we extend our deepest gratitude to everyone helping to bring hope and comfort to our brothers and sisters in Davao Oriental.
Ayan, palakpakan po natin yung SMNI Foundation. At maraming salamat po sa mga subscribers ko, mga moderator na bigay ng tulong dyan sa SMNI Foundation, mga sponsor, thank you so much po sa inyo. At sa mga tumutulong pa, tutulong, maraming salamat. Nandyan po yung numero. Kung gusto po ninyong sure makarating ang inyong tulong, piliin po natin ang SMNI Foundation, hindi po tinipid ang kanilang tulong. Maraming salamat po sa iyo. O ito, pag-usapan na po natin itong biglang kambyo. Ay, sorry. Bumalimding anak ng kagwang. Bumalimding nga ba itong si Atty. Regal Oliva? Marami kasi nagtatanong sa akin, sino ba si Atty. Regal Oliva? Ako rin actually, wala akong personal na knowledge sa kanya. Basta na lang, marami siyang mga content na talagang pagpupulutan mo ng aral,
Marami siyang mga content na pabor sa Duterte. Kaya naman ang mga Duterte ang supporters, pinapalo po siya. Sinusundan, sinishare ako, aminado akong sinishare ko po ang kanyang mga post. Noong muli, hinagaan ko po siya, noong kasagsagan ng pagbanat ni Vice Ganda ay former President Rodrigo Duterte. Talagang isa sa mga kumukontra itong abogada, kasi nadubugulan ako eh. Abogada o abogado. Pero may lawit eh. Abogado na lang. So itong abogado ito, ay grabe yung depensa niya kay former President Duterte. That time nung binalata ng bastos na Pitrang Caballo, si Tatay Digong. Pero ngayon, magugulat ka ng iba yung ihip. Nahawaan talaga ng pagkapiklawan, pagkadilawan, itong si Atty. Regal Oliva ni Vice Ganda. Ayan. So ngayon, talagang kinuyog siya ng mga Duterte Dayan supporters sa social media na kung ano ang nangyayari kay Vice Ganda sa pagbanat kay former President Duterte, ganun din yung sinabi ni Atty. Regal Oliva. So ipili muna ho natin yung kanyang video. Kaso nga lang, stop natin kasi baka makaka-copyright tayo kasi may YouTube channel din ho siya. Baka masuhan tayo, abugaga naman ito. O, Atty. Regal Oliva, gagamitin namin ang video mo. Hindi para pagkakitaan, kundi para sagutin namin ang banat mo kay former President Duterte. Karapatan po namin mga supporter si Tatay Digong na ilibat ka. Hindi po pwedeng hayaan namin yung inyong opinyon na baluktot, na paniguradong mga ka-influensya ng mga nanonood sa'yo. Marami na rin po itong followers, million din po ito. Na-build up po rin natin ito sa Pilipinas dahil lumangaw tayo sa kanya. Sa mga nakapag-subscribe sa kanya ng mga didays, unsubscribe nyo na po siya. Kasi hindi po maganda ang kanyang ginawa dito. Sigurado, malaki po ang kanyang kinita sa content na ito. Narito po mga kabisdak, sana hindi tayo copyright ng suklang ito. Pero stop lang natin para hindi tayo.
Magandang hapon po. Ako'y emergency lang na magla-live sa ngayon sapagkat concerned ako. At nalaman ko may isang taong papatayin. At ang taong tinutukoy na papatayin ay naging kliyente ko pa. Si Councilor Elgin Damasco na konsihal ng Puerto Princesa. Siya rin po ay top broadcaster ng Radio Bandera sa Puerto Princesa. At ang planong pagpatay ko sa kanya, hindi ko lang babanggitin kung sino ang nalaman ko lang po kung sino ang hindi ko ba lang babanggitin just for the sa tingin ko po sa matter of security kung sino yung taong inupahan na papatay kay Councilor Elgin Damasco ng Puerto Princesa. Siya po ay pinakasikat na broadcaster dyan sa Puerto Princesa at sa buong Palawan.
At ang planong pagpatay kay Councilor Agent Damasco ay may kinalaman po ito sa nakaraang pagpatay kay Attorney Joshua La Vega Aquina na pinatay noong September 17 sa kanyang bahay. Si Joshua La Vega Aquina ay abogado po sa Palawan na pinatay noong alas 8 ng 15 ng gabi, 40 years old, bata pa. Noong September 17 ay binaril siya sa labas na ng kanyang bahay doon sa Barangay San Jose, Puerto Princesa. Si Abrina, bago siya pinatay, ay nagtatrabaho siya at nag-resign doon sa Department of Education sa Palawan, sa Palawan office. At nagtrabaho din siya, lumipat siya sa Philippine Ports Authority. Yung insidente na yun ay pangwalong abogado na namatay sa ilalim ng pamumuno ni BBM. Ang kinundi na ito ng Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Ang problema lang sa Integrated Bar of the Philippines, hanggang kundi na lang ito. Wala itong ginagawang investigasyon para malaman kung paano namatay ang mga kapatid ng abogado. Para naman maiwasan sana. Kasi kung matindi ang investigasyon ng ginagawa ng IBP, ay dapat nalaman nila kung sino ang pumatay. Because the best defense against the killings ay dapat nalaman ng mga abogado kung sino pumapatay. Unfortunately, isa ako sa pinagkatiwalaan kung bakit came ito sa akin. At ang kasunod na patayin pagkatapos nung kay Attorney Abrina ay si Councilor Agent Damasco, na number 5 councilor din sa City of Puerto Princesa. Marahil na po no, sa mga Bicolano na kagay kay ang trustworthy. So ito po ang aking binabalita ay so much concern ako. Kasi bakit po? Ito si Agent Damasco ay naging client namin. At dinidepensa namin ito sa mga libel cases niya. At nakakasuhan din ako ng libel case noon ni Edward Aguilon. At dahil din sa interview sa akin ni Agent Damasco. Pero absurdo na ako ron. So bago namatay si Mayor Edward Aguilon, humingi din siya ng tawad sa akin kung bago siya namatay. Dahil kinasuhan niya ako. So sabi ko, all right no ba, na there's no problem with that. Kasi nanalo naman ako sa kaso. So ito naman kay Agent Damasco ay so much concern ako kasi parang malapit na sa akin itong tao nito eh. He is a good guy na talagang maasahan mo sa labanan. At nananalo na rin sa mga libel case na ibang abogado ang depensa. Sa ngayon, ang rason po kung bakit siya ay papatayin ay may balak patayin ay sapagkat po isa siya sa tumulong sa pagdiscover sa item for sale na skandal o pagnanakaw sa Department of Education. Ang ginagawa po ng item for sale ay yung mga pwesto sa Department of Education ay binibenta mula 100,000 hanggang 400,000 kada item. Ito po ang in-expose ni Attorney Abrina. Ang problema lang, umalis siya, nag-resign siya doon at lumipat siya sa ibang opisina. But then, hindi lang siya naging maingat. He did not mind na yung akala nila siguro baliwala yung mga bumanat sa kanya. Basahin natin yung development ng pulis. Mukhang mahina din ang investigasyon ng pulis. Mas maganda pang investigasyon po nangyari. As of October 20, 2025, the motive behind the murder of Attorney Joshua La Vega Abrina remains under active investigation by the Special Investigation Task Force Group, Abrina, and has not been officially confirmed or determined by authorities. Police spokesperson Captain Brian Rayoso stated that the investigators are pursuing all possible angles, prioritizing the identification of the gunman before clarifying the reason and they have at least one person of interest based on CCTV footage near the crime scene. No arrests have been made, and the case is part of the broader pattern of unsolved killings of lawyers in the Philippines. However, strong circumstantial evidence points to retaliation linked to Abrina's whistleblowing efforts against corruption in the Department of Education, Palawan office. Abrina resigned as legal officer in July 2025 after refusing to participate in the item for sale scandal, a scheme alleging involving the illegal sale of teaching positions, promotions, and transfers for fees of up to 200,000 pesos by passing merit-based hiring. Local officials, including Puerto Princesa City Councilor Elgin Robert Damasco and Palawan board member Ryan Maminta, publicly credited him with exposing and fighting this corruption, urging victims to continue the battle in his honor. To prevent the efforts from being wasted, community discussions such as on Reddit have echoed rumors that Abrina held evidence against those involved in the scheme, potentially making him a target. The National Union of People's Lawyers highlighted this context in their condemnation, noting Abrina's refusal to be complicit as a key factor. And calling for proofs into potential masterminds. At the time of his
Isang buwan ka pa lang, pinsan. Pero yung bigote mo, hindi mo namumuti na eh. Ano kaya kung tumagal ka ng 6 months? Ako'y nalulungkot sa iyo eh. Nakapagdala si Saldico ng 35 billion sa isang distrito. Paano po natin i-justify yun? Yun po eh. Let's go to the jugular. Doon po sa aming pagdinig sa Blue Ribbon, there was an instance where I asked your predecessor, what are the things that are being placed above the net? Kaya nagpo-bloat yung budget natin. He was talking about allocables, was talking about leadership and unprogrammed, and then DFLRs, which happened after the BICAM. Pagkaraniwan na yun, it's always the difference between the net and the GAA. I was able to calculate from what he told me at that time. I was able to summarize at least 1 trillion pesos over and above the ceilings indicated in the net. So, Mr. Chair, dito po sa 2026 proposed expenditure program of DPWH, nagkaroon ng revision from 880 billion ba to o million? 880 billion to only 624, or all in all 625.7 billion. So, nawala na ba yun? Sabi ko rito, taba ito eh. Kumbaga, Mr. Chair, sa katawan ng tao eh. 1 trillion peso additional to the ceilings already indicated in the net is 2 months. Parang ang sabi ko eh, taba na ng tao yun eh. Pag hindi natin inalis yung taba ng tao, hindi ka mamatay na yun. So, ano ang presumption dito, Mr. Chair? Sa 625.7, nawala na po ba yung pinabanggit natin?
Una-una po, as a matter of fact yan po, ang nawala po dyan yung flood control locally funded projects at ibang mga proyekto. Pero kung ano niyo po ay nawala na ba lahat ng taba? Tingin ko po, base lang po sa pinakita sa atin ni Chairman ngayon, hindi po. Hindi po totoo yan. Meron pa rin pong tama.
So,
Kailangan po,
hindi natin talaga na i-strike yung taba ng sistema. Hindi natin siya address.
kailangan po i-address, pero tingin ko po ang pag-a-address sa kanya, kailangan simulan sa budget, pero kailangan din po simulan sa proseso kung paano nagpapasok ng mga proyekto sa National Expenditure Program.
I think, Mr. Chair, we can start by reviewing the allocations per district.
Tama po.
Nakita ko doon sa 2024, 2025, and finally 2026 budget allocation. Meron kang makikita dyan, Mr. Chair, na talagang lopsided eh. Merong bigla na lang magkakaroon sa isang district as much as 5 billion to 11 billion, samantalang iba at least 1 billion. Hindi ko maintindihan yung philosophy behind that eh. Sa palagay ko, yung nakapark dyan at saka yung taba-taba dyan, nandyan lamang yan eh. So unless and until we are able to justify bakit halimbawa ang isang distrito na napakaliit compared to other districts, wala naman significant na difference yung dalawang districts eh. Pero makikita mo, 11 billion yung isa is only 3 billion. I don't think that is justified. So, kailangan po siguro nating suyurin, Mr. Chair. Hanggat hindi po natin nagagawa yun, hindi po mawala yung taba. Pagkatapos yung leadership, Mr. Chair, ako po, nagtagal po ako sa House of Representatives. Mabuti na lang, party list lang ako. Hindi ko po minamalit ang party list. Pero kaya wala nasasabi sa party list. Naging kalakaran na lang eh. Pag party list ka po, masaya ka na sa 150 million. Yung inyo pong constituency is nationwide. Mr. Chair, parang ka rin senador pagka party list ka. Kasi nationwide ka. Pero ang budget mo, pang budget lang ng barangay kapitan. 150. Samantalang ang regular congressman, nag-average po ng 1B. Nasaan po yung katwiran doon, Mr. Chair? Nationwide kami, saka gusto mo halimbawa na masuklian ko ng utang na loob dahil sa napakaraming botong nakuha ko sa iba't ibang panig. I-apportion ko sana. So 150 million, Mr. Chair. Yung isa mabibigyan mo lang ng 300,000 na lang o kaya 250,000 at sasabihin sa iyo ng mayor, salamat po, congressman, sa binigay nyo. At least may tatayo ko na po yung kubeta na. Nakita po ninyo kung gaano po. Samantalang ng isang distrito, 11 billion, meron 8 billion, meron 6 billion. Secretary, Mr. Chair, hindi ko po nakikita yung justification kung kaya nga ang tanong eh, how do you allocate the finite resources of this country? Yung economist, sandali lang niya sasabihin sa atin. Alam niyang kwentahin eh. Marami siyang variables, marami siyang parameters. Pero dito po, pag tinignan niyo isang distrito, wala kang makikita ng significant variable o indicator kung bakit mas marami ang dapat niya makuha. So let's start with that. That is supposed to be the starting point. Ang sabi mo kanina, Secretary, we should err on the side of caution. Gusto kong palitan, we should act on the side. Ayaw ko magkamali tayo. Not even erring. We should act on the side of caution.
Agree po, Mr. Chairman. 100%.
And then, Mr. Chair, kung pwede ko pang idagdag sana to, dito po itong Asset Preservation Program ng DPWH. 2022 to 2025, talagang papataas po yung expenditures. 117 million, a billion, 2023, 124 billion. 2024, 139 billion. 2025, 153 billion. Talagang papataas eh. Mr. Chair, tama naman ito sapagkat kapag itong pera nito nagamit natin sa tamang pamamaraan, magagamit natin ang mas matagal ang ating mga kalsadahan, mga bridges and so on and so forth. Di ba tama yun, Mr. Secretary?
Tama po, Mr. Chair.
Pagkatapos biglang nagkaroon ng 2026, naging 105 na lang. Ang ibig ba sabihin nito, yung papataas na gano'n, 4 na taon papataas, tapos bigla mong gano'n. So, naisip ba natin na wala nang kwenta, wala nang kwenta yung preservation program natin, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chairman, no, in fairness po, no, yung original po ay 105 billion. Pero itinaas po ito to 115.
123.
115 po. 115 lang po. Hindi po 100.
Hindi, sa record ko po kasi 123.
Ang final po ata na HGAP ay 115, Mr. Chairman. Pero tumaas pa rin po ng 10 billion.
So, mababa pa rin kesa doon sa
Mababa pa rin po.
trajectory na nangyari
Tama po.
in the last 4 years.
Tama po.
So, ang assumption po ba rito ay hindi na natin talaga iniisip na i-preserve yung ating mga assets.
Hindi naman po gano'n ang sinasabi sa...
Yung inyo pong constituency is nationwide. Mr. Chair, parang nga rin senador pagka party list eh.
O sa nangyayaring kakarapatuan dyan sa
In the year of 1973, I was a young journalist and part of my role was to phone police, and that's when I found out about the murder. He said, yeah, Lynette White, she was stabbed multiple times. And I said, Lynette White? And I said, Beach Street Country? He said, yeah, that's right. I said, I know her. I know her. She's a friend of mine. I've known her husband since I was a very small boy.
And there are a number of stab wounds to the chest region. The throat had been cut. It was a frenzy attack.
His murder has never been solved.
It's very hard to shut this out of your mind. I appeal to Chelsea families that the murder has been resolved. They know who the murderer is.
He needs to find out who did it before he dies.
It's been a cold case for almost 44 years. It's now that we're really hoping for a breakthrough.
5135 found it. It's going to be the key. I think we get urgency to find out who killed Linda's great now, as it was when it happened. And the clock is ticking. It's by no means too late to come forward now.
I've been friends with Bob for 60 plus years.
I would see him on the beach quite often.
often as a small boy. We swam in the same rock pool down at South River, and then we became lifesavers together. I felt a responsibility to help Paul because I had his journalism background, and quite frankly, that terrified me. The fact that I'd be researching the murder of Lynn, whom I knew quite well. And I remember that Lynn wanted to know who people were, and she had this great interest in people. He never given up trying to find the person who killed Lynn, and he never will. I first met Lynn on the beach at South River. She was the new girlfriend for Paul. And everyone was very impressed because she was absolutely beautiful.
Paul was besotted with her, and he wanted her no matter what.
Straight away I knew that this was a girl from Melbourne. I knew. She had other ideas of it at that stage.
Lynn had her own hairdressing salon, so she was a businesswoman really in her own right, and she did very well at it. She was very well spoken, she was very well educated, and she was stunning. And she could also dance. She would do the hula dancing.
She was fantastic. She was only tiny, she had a great figure, and boy could she move. Only liked her. There was nothing not to like about me. Just her personality, and everybody gravitated to her.
Some guys, with a little bit of juice on board, could get a little bit overexcited.
Can be taken the wrong way because you're in a grass skirt, that it's not a nice, form of dancing, but it was beautiful. Hawaiian dancing is beautiful. Lynn and I were good friends and we became very close. I was her bridesmaid, she was my bridesmaid. She just loved life. You'd radiate off her. After she got married, they settled into a unit at Coogee. If you stood on their balcony, you heard water glimpses of Coogee. It was lovely. We weren't the fun-loving girls we used to be because we had to settle down. She was excited to be pregnant. She looked gorgeous actually being pregnant. Lynn and Paul were both very social. They just knew so many people, with Lynn working full-time as a hairdresser, and then falling to Swipe, it was a cleaning product. Paul and Lynn were managers, and they had a group of people underneath them. She could have it like a party planner, like Tupperware.
Lynn and Paul had the idyllic life, and then Lynn started to receive these telephone calls out of the blue, and they were obscene calls, and as time went on, they got more and more depraved. All the calls came through while Paul wasn't there. There was a young boy who was saying things like, "I'm coming to get you. I'm coming to get you. I know where you live." And then he referred at one stage to I've got a white coffin for the baby.
She did tell Paul about these phone calls, and then they both sort of just dismissed it, thinking, "Oh, that's not going to happen." But they should have reported it to the police, and they didn't.
Apparently she didn't want to upset me, or she thought she might upset me. So she told her girlfriends more about it than she told me. She confided Maisie about this, and Maisie said, "Well, this is what happens in show business. We get a lot of these phone calls." They stressed upon Lynn never to open the door to anybody unless you knew them, which, to my mind, she wouldn't.
There was a right at the front door. They had a peephole in the front door.
Lynn peered through the eyepiece, saw this young fellow, and apparently he flashed himself in front of her. I don't think she did know him.
there's a possibility that Lynn was embarrassed or ashamed, and that it wasn't the right thing to make a big fuss out of something that was probably of no consequence. But at the same time, there had been a number of rapes, for instance, in that very area. At the ABC, we wouldn't touch reporting of the rape. They didn't want to be associated with sensationalism and not infliction. That's really wrong. And I think as a result, the message wasn't getting out to a lot of particularly girls that, hey, this is going on. Be awfully careful. There was a rape at Coogee the year before, a very serious rape that would almost turned into a murder. So you say in your own mind, why didn't she get fair income about this? Why didn't you go straight to the police?
Maybe I didn't listen enough. I don't know. It's just unfortunate that we didn't talk about these things back then like we do today. I wish we did. With Lynn having a pretty traumatic pregnancy, to have a healthy baby was number one. Yeah, it was undescribable. This day, Friday, was a normal day. She's up dressed, gave a kiss goodbye. I was a bit worried about her since the birth of Shane, realising that she might have been suffering a little bit of depression. I found out later. Normally through the day, she'd take Shane for a walk, she'd do the washing, ironing, whatever. People come around the bicycle work, or some of our team might phone or turn up.
Paul was trying to contact him all day long from his work. He was starting to worry towards the end of the day.
I arrived home around about 7:30 mark, got to our landing, and I noticed our door was slightly ajar and it was dark, and I thought that was odd. And I could see legs protruding out from our second bedroom where Shane sleeps. I remember racing in, turning the light on, and there was blood everywhere, and she was half naked, and her throat was slashed, and I was hoping for a pulse. I couldn't get her back. She was so cold and clammy. Shane was in the cot. He was only a metre away. I raced and picked him up. I think he was crying. He was okay.
People were just in shock. They were just couldn't believe it. I couldn't think of why, well, you're amazed. You just think, how could this thing happen, It's such tragedy.
Paul was initially seen as a suspect.
Fingerprint, no problem at all. I'd give him everything. To get my wife back.
Paul had been at work all day. They did checks for everyone. It all matched up. He didn't have anything to worry about. He was totally innocent. The afternoon newspapers came out, and Paul was just absolutely horrified.
What did the reader think of that? She was asking for trouble. Was she a go-go dancer across? Was she a stripper? If so, did she deserve this?
The police had to sit down and try and put all of this together. This is the police theory. Knock at the door, Lynn opens the door, and the fellow there asks for a glass of water, which was later found smashed on the floor. The theory is that she may have known this person. He smashed his way in, and that was it. He had control of the place. Police believe that the motivation was meant to be a sexual attack. Nappy lady said she came up with a delivery of nappies for Lynn, knocked at the door, no answer. She started to So she came back up and knocked again. And it's probably around this stage where Lynn was fighting off the attacker. The nappy bundle had been broken open and there's blood all over one of them. So it looked like the killer had wiped his hands with these nappies. Police didn't have a murderer, but they did have a suspect. They had the identikit image of a potential suspect. And this was a young fellow who was seen leaving the White's apartment building. Very, very strange hair and beard combined. It just sort of seemed to wrap around the face about it, so thick. And it was of a red colour.
He had very noticeable skinny legs, to the fact that they could have been polio type legs.
Other major media organisations were publicising it by this stage. I just felt that I had to do something. I mean, what could I do? So I thought, right, well, let's get this identikit picture and the description, let's get it out to the eastern suburbs.
Get the word out there that this guy's still loose. He could bring a fan.
Paul said in the interview, we've got to catch this bloke because he's going to do it again. And Paul was dead right.
Maria and Steve, I believe, lived only a couple of k's away from our unit, could you? Maria were only 20 and 23. Steve had left for work, like I had, similar time, 8 o'clock.
This guy is at the door, he asks for pen and paper, and Maria goes to get it, opens the chain on the door, and this guy crashes in. He rapes her, and he strangles her to death with pantyhose. And the husband, with a lovely bloke, Steve Smith, who finds Maria when he comes home from work.
Seeing that they hadn't caught the person, we were frightened. I was especially. The police told me to have a can of pepper on beside the inside of the door, just in case whoever did it, and me being a friend of Lynn's, might know me.
At that time, Shane was looked after by Lynn's parents.
Beryl became his mother for the first 3 years of his life, basically. Shane sort of took the place of Lynn in Beryl's eyes, and then I'd have him for the weekend, and I'd take him back Sundays. It was pretty tough because I was drinking pretty heavy back then through the week. I was very lucky. I had a good close family, close friends to help me. I told Shane when he was about 3, you couldn't have a stronger relationship with anybody. My mate Shane, he's a reflection of his mother in a lot of ways. I think he looked after me the more I looked after him.
Paul and Shane formed a terrific relationship, very close relationship, and it's still that way today.
Well, there is nights when I lie in bed and wonder, what she was like or what it'd be like now. Obviously, I have a family.
The case sort of went cold, and then Bob asked me if he could write the book, and he started asking questions that the police couldn't answer.
The case was getting nowhere. As far as I can remember, there was no leads apart from this red-haired bloke who. And out of the blue, we get this phone call. Hi, I'm Dan Kelly. Look, I'm the new detective working on this case about Lynn White, and I'd like to talk to you about blah 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 blah. And it all seemed on again.
I think in New South Wales there's about 600 unsolved homicides. You have to focus on ones that are probably the most promising and solvable. So at the moment I'm investigating the murder of Maria Smith and that White under separate inquiries. I think in order to determine if it was the same killer, you need to investigate them independently.
Yes. They're all over the place.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because they've got a came in from all crimes and sections.
The case is open and very much active. Cold cases are very, very difficult to solve. They are the whodunits of homicides. So there's a great responsibility and burden, I guess, on the investigators that work there because the hopes of the families ride on us.
New Zealand police officers come a long way in the last 10, 20 years. Looking at the crime scene photos and reading the pathology reports, it was a frenzied attack. What the evidence says is someone was trying to commence a sexual assault on her using a knife. That has been interrupted while she's tried to escape. At the moment we're in Queensland. I think we needed to initially come out here and get a sense of what it actually looks like. This is Unit 3 inside the complex where Lynette and Paul lived. There was no sign of there being any forced entry, and I believe it's very possible she would have known the person that came in on that day. We really need to hear from other people that may have been in Unit 4 or visited Unit 4 that haven't spoken to the police as yet. I find it very surprising. I didn't notice anything wrong about the appearance of this unit. I would expect also to be some sign of blood on the door as well.
It's really starting to uncover things, and they found a lot of detail that hadn't been followed up. There were a lot of people who weren't interviewed that should have been interviewed. There are possible suspects, but they have been checked up on.
Everyone that ever lived there is known to Lynette and Paul. Some of them weren't even spoken to.
I guess they focus on your issue with this.
Absolutely. And associates with those people. So it's just experience.